Chapter 1726. In fact, June Linger had also heard these rumors. She had even told Yi Qi about it. However, Yi Qi did not care at that time. The June family ceremony was just a few days away. She would be able to distinguish who was right and who was wrong by then. However, she did not expect that the Wei family would dare to point at Yi Qi's nose and insult her at this time. It was precisely because of this that Yi Qi wanted to tear her apart. Wei Yu was so frightened that she fell to her knees. Her delicate body trembled. "Miss Linger, I only wanted to expose this woman's true colors because I heard those rumors recently. I was afraid that you would be deceived. Don't be fooled by her false appearance." June Linger pointed at Wei Yu. Her lips trembled. She was obviously infuriated. "You're talking nonsense. Qi is my..." Before she could finish her words, a gentle voice cut in, interrupting what she was about to say. "Linger, what happened?" Jun Xian walked toward June Linger slowly with a smile on his face. "Father." June Linger turned around and looked at Jun Xian. Her little face was filled with anger. The Wei family framed Qi. With the Jun family's influence, it was not difficult to find out the origin of the rumors. However, the Jun family was preparing for the ceremony at that time. So, they temporarily put this matter aside and planned to settle the score with the Wei family a few days later. Wei Yu hurriedly knelt in front of Jun Xian and kowtowed. "Master Jun, please forgive me. I also heard the rumors outside." "That's why, rumors?" Jun Xian's eyes flickered a few times. He smiled and asked, "Can you tell me what the rumors are?" June Linger rolled her eyes. Her father already knew the content of those rumors. Wasn't it unnecessary to ask now? It's Yi Qi." Wei Yu's face was a little pale. Although Jun Xian had a gentle smile on his face, the aura he exuded made her unable to move. "Yi Qi has a bad reputation. She has many lovers outside. Those people are about to barge in. I also heard that she came to the Jun family with ulterior motives." Jun Xian smiled. However, he did not say anything. He looked at June Linger and Jun Fengling. "It's getting late. The reunion banquet is about to begin. The old man is waiting for you in the banquet hall. He has something to announce later." As he spoke, Jun Xian winked at Jun Fengling with a mocking look in his eyes. "I wonder what kind of expression those people who started the rumor will have when they hear what the old man is going to announce next." Mississippi, Wei Yu got up from the ground and turned to look at Wei Ling with a puzzled expression. Wei Ling thought for a moment and said, "Let's go in too." After all, it was an auspicious day for the Jun family. It was understandable that Jun Xian did not throw Jun Fengling and her daughter out. Moreover, he was giving June Linger face by doing so. Once the banquet was over, Jun Fengling and her daughter would not have an easy time. At the end of the day, the ceremony was just a banquet. The purpose of this banquet was to introduce Jun Fengling and the others to the world and record them in the family tree. This was why it was called a ceremony. At that moment, Jun Lintian had already heard the dispute outside. His old face turned cold and he sneered. "It seems like this banquet is destined to not be peaceful." Yun Xiao, who was peeling the grape skin for Yun Luofeng, suddenly heard Jun Lintian's words. His fingers paused for a moment before he skillfully peeled the grape skin for her and placed the glistening grape flesh into Yun Luofeng's ear. Chapter 1727. The Yi and Yun families took their seats, and the other guests also entered the banquet hall. Apart from the seats reserved for a few continent lords, the seats were basically filled. West Continent's continent lord has arrived. The South Continent's continent lord has arrived. The Central Continent's continent lord has arrived. The East Continent's continent master has arrived. The North Continent's continent lord has arrived. Immediately after, a series of announcements came from outside the door. The continent lords of the various continents had also arrived. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement as they looked towards the door. One had to know that it was the first time in hundreds of years that he had seen so many continent lords in one day. Today, their horizons had been broadened. Congratulations to the June family's old master for finding his beloved daughter. A few middle-aged men walked in from outside the door. Other than the North Continent's continent lord who had a cold expression, the others all had smiles on their faces. Yun Luofeng did not notice anyone else. Her gaze landed on Hong Wuan, who was following closely behind the East Continent's continent lord. Hong Wuan also noticed Yun Luofeng's gaze. She winked at her and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Perhaps, none of them had expected that the battle back then would cause them to get to know each other and become close friends. Old Mu, you're here too. Jun Lintian laughed out loud when he saw Mu Dong, who had just caught up to him. Mu Dong smiled faintly. How could I miss such a good day for the Jun family? Men, prepare seats for everyone. Jun Lintian's face was glowing with health, and his complexion was excellent. The gloominess from before had been swept away. Apart from the Beast Continent, it seems like all the continent masters are here. At the banquet, someone let out a sigh. Beast Continent? The Beast Continent has always been at odds with the humans, it's impossible for it to appear. One of them shook his head and said with certainty. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dragon's roar came from the void, echoing through the entire sky. The Beast Continent's dragon clan has come to congratulate the Jun family on finding their beloved daughter. Beast Continent's dragon clan? Everyone's expressions changed. Among them, the people from the North Continent were the most excited. What kind of existence was the dragon clan? Not only were they powerful, but they were also proud and aloof. Who would have thought that the Beast Continent's dragon clan would come to the Jun family? The North Continent's lord's face darkened bit by bit. He kept consoling himself in his heart. So what if the Jun family has the protection of the dragon clan? The strength of the Holy Maiden tribe is not to be underestimated, they might not lose to the Beast Continent's dragon tribe. Unexpectedly, before he could walk out of his thoughts, another deafening sound rang out again. I didn't expect that your dragon clan would arrive first. I'm an elder of the Phoenix clan. I've come to congratulate the Jun family on the orders of our clan head. Phoenix clan? Heavens, even the Phoenix clan of the Beast Continent had come. How many forces has the Jun family made friends with? One must know that the spirit beasts of the Beast Continent were different from other people. These people would come to congratulate the Jun family for the sake of their reputation. However, the people of the Beast Continent had always been straightforward. So, they wouldn't come all the way here for the sake of reputation. Moreover, it was the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan who had come. In an instant, two figures descended from the sky and quickly walked towards Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao. Among the two of them, one wore a green robe and was incomparably handsome, while the other wore a red robe and was exceptionally seductive. I am Dragon Clan's Long Shi. Greetings, Master and Mistress. It was as if thunder had struck them. Everyone looked at the two men kneeling in front of Yun Luofeng. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The North Continent's lord's body swayed a few times. Fortunately, Ling Shuang, who was behind him, supported him and prevented him from collapsing. Chapter 1728. Jun Lintian's eyes widened with excitement. He never thought that the Dragon and Phoenix clans of the Beast Continent would send representatives to the Jun family's daughter recognition ceremony. What did this prove? It proved that the Beast Continent belonged to his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Ahem. Jun Lintian coughed in excitement. You too, you came in a hurry and didn't prepare your seats. How about this, let's ask the Wei family to give up 2 seats. Wei Ling's eyes widened in shock. There were so many people sitting here, why should the Wei family give up their seats? However, she didn't dare to ask any questions and could only ask Wei Feng and Wei Yu to stand up. Thank you, Master Jun. Long Shi and Feng Qi didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. To them, it was the Wei family's good fortune to have them give up their seats. The West Continent's West Spirit Academy and the Central Continent's Witch Demon Clan congratulates the Master. Just when everyone was excited about the arrival of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, another announcement came from outside the door. Whether it was the Continent Lords or the Dragon and Phoenix clans who came to congratulate her, Yun Luofeng's expression didn't change. Now, when she heard that the West Spirit Academy had come, she immediately stood up and stared at the door with her dark eyes. The first to enter was the West Spirit Academy. Not many people from the West Spirit Academy came. After all, the academy still needed someone to guard it. Therefore, Elder Su Kong stood his ground and got the opportunity to come to the Jun family. Master, Yun Luofeng looked at Elder Su Kong and called out softly. She didn't live in the West Spirit Academy for too long, but she would never forget the masters who helped her in this life. Little girl, after 5 years, your growth has really made us look at you in a different light. The void smiled slightly. Back then, the Northern Continent wanted to make things difficult for your family, so I went to stop them with the others. Who knew that something would happen to the West Spirit Academy halfway, so I didn't rush back. Fortunately, before I went back, I had already destroyed the experts sent by the Northern Continent, but I was unable to control what happened next. That's enough. Yun Luofeng smiled. Not long ago, when she was in the Beast Continent, the North Continent took the opportunity to send powerhouses to make things difficult for her family. But they were killed by the Jun family and the West Spirit Academy. Because of this, the Wuhui continent was saved from a disaster. Otherwise, before Yun Luofeng could leave the Beast Continent, the Yi clan would meet with a calamity. Hearing Void's words, the North Continent's continent lord's expression was extremely ugly. He had wanted his son to stand up and say a few words, but who knew that his son's eyes were blank, and his face was filled with shock as he looked out the door. The North Continent's continent lord followed his gaze in confusion, and his expression changed instantly. The saintess of the witch demon race, Huang Yingying, has come to congratulate the Jun family. Under Ling Shuang's shocked gaze, Huang Yingying led a group of people to Jun Lintian and cupped her fists respectfully. Jun Lintian burst into laughter. So you're the holy lady of the shaman demon tribe. You really do live up to your reputation. Huang Yingying smiled slightly. Not only am I the witch demon tribe's holy maiden, but I am also Yun Luofeng's maid. In this life, no matter what I achieve, I will only be loyal to her. In the entire banquet hall, apart from the people from the North Continent who looked embarrassed, everyone else was surprised. In the Central Continent, the shaman demon tribe would not lose to the Central Continent's continent lord. But Huang Yingying, as the witch demon tribe's holy maiden, was actually Yun Luofeng's maid? How could this be? Ling Shuang shook his head, his face pale. Huang Yingying is the witch demon tribe's holy maiden. How could this be? Chapter 1729. The North Continent's lord's face was equally ugly. If he had known about Huang Yingying's identity, he would not have stopped his son from dating her. What happened next would not have happened. At that moment, the North Continent's lord, who was filled with remorse, did not know that his son hated him. Ling Shuang had always liked Huang Yingying. If not for his father's disapproval, she would have been his wife long ago. Huang Yingying's status was originally low, so his father's disapproval was not wrong. But now, after knowing that Huang Yingying was the witch demon tribe's saintess, Ling Shuang felt as if his heart was being scratched by a claw. It was painful. However, Huang Yingying did not even look at him, as if she did not know of his existence. Everyone should be here. Grandpa Jun curled up the corners of his lips. Next, I have something to say. In an instant, the banquet hall quietened down. Everyone's eyes fell on Grandpa Jun's face. Recently, there has been a rumor in Jun City. It is said that Yi Chi of my family has been behaving inappropriately. She had an affair with someone and had a child in secret, angering her parents to death. Her adoptive mother is extremely snobbish, planning to use her to curry favor with the strong. Wei Ling's eyes lit up. She did not expect Grandpa Jun to mention this in front of so many strong people. With this, Yi Chi and Jun Fengling's reputation would be ruined. Moreover, I heard the commotion outside just now. Little girl from the Wei family, I only have one question for you. Do you think that these rumors are true? Grandpa Jun looked at Wei Yu and asked with an expressionless face. Wei Yu's body trembled. She subconsciously looked at Wei Ling. When she saw the warning in the other's eyes, she shuddered and came back to her senses. Old master, these are just rumors. I don't know if they're true or not, but... She paused and said embarrassedly, I heard a man talking about Yi Chi's body, and he even described those filthy topics. He even knew what Yi Chi liked to do and how lewd she was in bed. He even said, at that moment, Wei Yu only noticed the admiration in Wei Ling's eyes. She did not notice the daggers in the Jun family's eyes. Grandpa Jun smiled coldly. Then, did you hear how many years Chi-Chi has been together with him? This. I'm not sure. I only heard that Yi Chi met him a year ago. The night they met, they slept together, and during that period, she changed many men. Impudent. Bang. Grandpa Jun's palm landed on the table. In an instant, the entire table broke into pieces. His old face turned ashen. Chi-Chi came here 2 months ago, but you're saying that she had an affair a year ago? Wei Yu stared blankly for a moment. She didn't understand the meaning behind Grandpa Jun's words. But, she still tried to defend herself. Old Lord, it's true that she came to the Jun family 2 months ago. But, she had an affair with someone else a year ago. Grandpa Jun laughed. It was obvious that he was angered by Wei Yu. Although Yi Chi was Jun Fengling's adopted daughter, Jun Fengling had always treated her as his own daughter. How dare these people slander her with such words? Do you know where Chi-Chi came from? Grandpa Jun smiled mockingly. This girl does not belong to the 7 continents. She has only been in the 7 continents for 2 months. The man you are talking about, how did he get to know her a year ago? Chapter 1730. Wei Yu was stunned. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her body trembled at this moment. He said that Yi Chi came to the 7 continents 2 months ago. What did that mean? Wei Ling's eyes were also full of astonishment. For some reason, a feeling of uneasiness gradually emerged in her heart. Grandpa Jun sneered and waved at Yi Chi. Chi-Chi, come to Grandpa. Today, Grandpa will help you and your mother vent your anger. Grandpa? Boom! Like a bolt of lightning striking down, Wei Ling's palm trembled and directly knocked over the cup of tea beside her hand. The boiling hot tea fell on the back of her hand, but she didn't feel it at all. Her whole body trembled slightly. Yi Chi was Grandpa Jun's granddaughter? In other words, Jun Fengling, impossible. This was impossible. How could Jun Fengling have such a powerful identity? She didn't believe it. Father. Seeing Wei Ling's pale face, Jun Fengling smiled slightly and walked slowly toward Grandpa Jun. These remarks were spread by the Wei family. The purpose is to slander my daughter so that the Jun family will drive Chi-Chi and me out. Then, the Wei family can lay their hands on me and even steal my husband. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Wei family. Even the North Continent, which was still regretting before, was attracted by the sudden change. Steal the husband of the Jun family's eldest daughter? TSK, this girl from the Wei family is so bold. She completely doesn't want to live. No. Wei Ling stood up instantly. Her lips were pale, and she trembled so much that she couldn't even finish a sentence. Her heart was filled with fear, and she wanted to smash her head against the wall. Jun Fengling ignored Wei Ling's weak explanation and said again, back then, Brother Chen and I met the eldest daughter of the Wei family. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the Wei family fell in love with Brother Chen at first sight. She forced Brother Chen and I to enter the Wei family. Of course, she didn't let us enter the Wei family because she wanted to take care of us. Instead, she wanted Brother Chen to marry her. As for me, she was very understanding and said that she would allow me to be Brother Chen's concubine. Everyone in the banquet hall was dumbfounded by these comments. They had thought that Wei Ling was bold enough to snatch the husband of the eldest daughter of the Jun family. They had never imagined that she would dare to make the eldest daughter of the Jun family a concubine. He didn't know where she got the courage and confidence to say such words. Father-in-law, Yi Jingshan stood up at this moment, his handsome face still carrying a gentle smile. The eldest lady of the Wei family also said that the Wei family is one of the most powerful families in Jun City and that she is the successor of the Wei family. If I marry her, it would be equivalent to marrying the entire Wei family and I would have unparalleled power. She also said that if I am smart, I would know what choice is best for me. Grandpa Jun's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Every time Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen spoke, the anger in his heart rose. Is my Jun family not as good as your Wei family? Grandpa Jun gritted his teeth. If my son-in-law doesn't choose you, it proves that he is not smart enough, right? Wei Ling's face was as white as paper. She took a few steps back and knocked over the candlestick behind her. Sparks flew everywhere and burned the back of her hand. Wei Yu also fell to the ground, her face filled with despair. She had never thought that by obeying Wei Ling's orders, she would not only destroy her entire life. She would also destroy the entire Wei family. At this moment, Yun Luofeng, who was sitting beside Grandpa Jun, finally moved. She slowly stood up from her chair and said, "The rumors that have been spreading for the past few days, why didn't any of you hear me?" She did not know that her mother and sister would be slandered to such an extent. Chapter 1731. Sister Yun, you were in seclusion all that time. When you came out, you were busy with the ceremony. That's why I didn't have time to tell you about these things. Jun Linger explained in a low voice. Now that I know about it, I must seek justice for my mother. Yun Luofeng's lips curved slightly as he turned to look at the Wei family. A cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. Wei Ling felt her head explode when she saw the look in the woman's eyes. Her entire body trembled. She would rather offend the king of hell than Yun Luofeng. She had told Uncle Wei this before. But now, she was the one who had offended this woman who was even more terrifying than the king of hell. When the king of hell wanted someone's life, he would at most kill them. But she would make them wish they were dead. Thump. Wei Ling knelt on the ground in fear. She sobbed. Miss Yun, Master Jun, I really didn't know about the relationship between Jun Fengling and the Jun family. That's why I made such a mistake. Please forgive me. She knew that any excuse would be useless in front of the Jun family. She might as well admit her mistake. Perhaps Grandpa Jun would forgive her on account that she hadn't hurt Jun Fengling. The funny thing was that Wei Ling didn't know that ruining her reputation was also a form of harm. Yun Luofeng glanced at the kneeling Wei Ling. So you mean that if my mother wasn't a member of the Jun family, then she deserved to have her husband stolen by you? And she deserved to be a concubine? Wei Ling's face paled. She couldn't speak for a moment. Yun Luofeng approached Wei Ling slowly. You're begging for forgiveness now. If my mother didn't have a powerful background to back her up, would you let her go? Wei Ling's body trembled as she felt the approaching aura. She wanted to bury her head in the ground. If you won't let her go, then why should we let you go? Yun Luofeng lifted his chin and looked down at the kneeling Wei Ling. Anyone who makes a mistake must pay the price. Wei Ling looked up and saw the murderous look in Yun Luofeng's eyes. She was shocked and kowtowed to the ground. Miss Yun, please let me go. I'm willing to serve you as a slave. Yun Luofeng slowly squatted down, his slender fingers tightly grasping Wei Ling's chin, forcing her to open her mouth. If this tongue of yours is only used to frame others, then there's no need to keep it. Oh, Wei Ling's eyes were full of fear, but she couldn't utter a single word. Then, before she could react, a ray of light flashed by and she felt pain on her tongue. Warm blood splashed out and dyed the ground red. Woo, woo. She hurriedly covered her bleeding mouth, and her body kept trembling, but she could no longer say a word. Old Master, Yun Luofeng let go of her after cutting off her tongue, and said slowly, let the Jun family handle the Wei family. I don't want to dirty my hands any further. Anyone who made a mistake must pay the price. No one would condone the Wei clan's willfulness and arrogance. Men, drag these 3 people from the Wei clan away. We'll deal with them after the reunion banquet. Grandpa Jun waved his hand and ordered impatiently. Even though he didn't say anything, everyone present knew that from now on, the Wei clan would probably be removed from Jun City and cease to exist. Chapter 1732. Hee hee, Mu Dong chuckled, I didn't expect to see such a good show at the Jun residence. Oh right, before that, I have to congratulate Jun Xian. As soon as Mu Dong finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Jun Xian. Jun Xian was dumbfounded. Congratulate him? Did he do something big? Oh. Grandpa Jun was surprised. What did Xian do? Why don't I, as his master, know about it? Mu Dong's smile disappeared and he snorted angrily. Old man Jun, how long are you going to hide it? The Jun family made such a big commotion 2 days ago. Did you think you could hide it from me? What's the point of hiding it? I came to congratulate Jun Xian for breaking through to the high-level Saint Monarch. You're still pretending not to know? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. I've been friends with Grandpa Jun for so many years. How dare he hide it from me? This old man clearly doesn't treat me as a good friend. Elder Mu, are you mistaken? I didn't break through to the high-level Saint Monarch. Jun Xian was stunned and hurriedly tried to defend himself. Jun Xian. This time, Mu Dong was really angry. He roared angrily, I saw it with my own eyes. You still want to hide it from us? No, Elder Mu, I really didn't break through. Jun Xian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said anxiously, Xiao Feng, is the one who broke through, not me. You brat, you mean that I saw wrongly? Before he could say these 3 words, Mu Dong suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes suddenly widened to the size of copper bells, and his entire mouth opened wide. He was so shocked that he couldn't even form a complete sentence. What did he just say? The one who broke through wasn't him, but Yun Luofeng? How old is Yun Luofeng? She's only around 24 years old. Jun Xian actually said that she was the one who broke through to the high-level Saint Monarch? Jun Xian, what did you just say? Say it again. Mu Dong forced himself to calm down and continued to ask. Elder Mu, Jun Xian revealed a smile, you really misunderstood me and Master. If I really broke through, Master wouldn't hide such a big thing from you. This time, it really wasn't me who broke through, it was Feng. Mu Dong turned his head mechanically and stared blankly at the young girl in white robes. He asked in a daze, Yun Lass, is it really you who broke through to the high-level Saint Monarch realm? Breaking through in seclusion in the back mountains was a huge matter. Yun Luofeng knew that news would spread, so she did not deny it and nodded lightly. When she nodded, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. They were so shocked that they couldn't even say a word. Heavens, a 24-year-old Saint Monarch is truly unprecedented. Why would such a prodigy appear in the Jun family? For a time, the crowd was filled with regret, jealousy, and excitement. Elder Void wanted to open his mouth a few times, but in the end, he did not say anything. However, his old face was filled with gratification. 5 years ago, from the moment they accepted Yun Luofeng, they never imagined that this young girl would one day grow to such a powerful level. He was so strong that he caused others to have a whole new level of respect for him. Congratulations. Hong Wan slowly walked forward with an excited smile on her face. That expression made her seem even more excited than her own breakthrough. However, she paused and continued, one day, I will catch up to you. Chapter 1733. Yun Luofeng looked at Hong Wan, who was walking towards him. The corners of his lips curled into an angle and his jet-black eyes were filled with seriousness. All right, I'll wait for you. Compared to the shock of the bystanders, the expressions of the people from the North Continent were extremely awkward. The North Continent's continent lord's hands trembled. He wanted to clench them several times, but he could not muster any strength. His eyes were filled with intense regret. Of course, he wasn't regretting making an enemy out of Yun Luofeng. Instead, he was regretting that he hadn't recklessly killed her back in the East Continent. High-level Saint Monarch. Ling Shuang muttered to himself. From his expression, it was clear that he had suffered a huge blow. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. She's already a high-level Saint Monarch. This time, how are we going to go against her? The North Continent's continent lord had already regained his senses. Don't forget, we still have the support of the Sacred Maiden tribe. I don't believe that the sacred maiden tribe can't deal with this girl. Father. Yun Luofeng isn't just a high-level saint monarch, she also has the dragon race and phoenix race. Ling Shuang deliberately lowered his voice, but it wasn't hard to hear the trembling in his voice. If it weren't for his father and brother, how could he have lost Huang Yingying and fallen into such a situation? All of this was their fault. Humph. The North Continent's continent lord snorted. The previous matriarch of the Sacred Maiden tribe was a half-step into the Void Realm expert. The Sacred Maiden tribe must have other trump cards, or else they wouldn't have been able to stand for so many years. Although he said so, he didn't have much confidence in himself. If Yun Luofeng had only broken through to the high-level Saint Monarch realm, the Holy Maiden tribe might have been able to kill him. But now, the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan had already surrendered to them. Even if the Sacred Maiden clan appeared, they might not be able to subdue him. Just as the Lord of the North Continent was trying to convince himself, a beautiful voice came from outside the door. The Holy Maiden tribe has come to congratulate the June family. At that moment, the North Continent's continent lord's gloomy eyes lit up, and he smiled smugly. The Sacred Maiden tribe is here. Even if the Sacred Maiden tribe cannot kill Yun Luofeng, they can still make him suffer heavy losses. The North Continent's continent lord laughed out loud, stood up from his seat, and walked out of the door. Under the sky, a group of beautiful women slowly descended from the void. The person in the lead was an old woman in green. She had white hair, a youthful complexion, and a sage-like demeanor. She walked with her hands behind her back and her back straight. She led the group of maids in white behind her into the banquet hall. Ling Zhu, the master of the North Continent, greets Elder Green-robed of the Holy Goddess tribe. Ling Zhu cupped his fists, a respectful expression on his face. As the North Continent's continent lord, he had reached the high-level Saint Monarch realm many years ago. But at this moment, facing this Sacred Maiden tribe elder, he found it difficult to breathe. Could it be that this old fellow was already half a step into the Void Realm? No. No way. Ever since the patriarch of the Holy Maiden tribe left, there had been no more half-step into Void Realm cultivators. It was probably this old guy's special cultivation method that gave him such a feeling. Yes. Among the 3 elders of the Sacred Maiden tribe, the green-clothed elder was the one with the best temper. Hence, when she saw Ling Zhu, who came to strike up a conversation, she nodded to him with a good temper. If it was the green-clothed elder, who was the most irascible, she would have already cursed out loud. However, the green-clothed elder obviously did not want to say anything more to Ling Zhu. She walked towards Grandpa Jun unexpectedly. Ling Zhu untactfully stood in front of the green-clothed elder, with no intention of letting her pass. Green-clothed elder, you're finally here. I couldn't get in touch with Lady Qin Shui during this period of time, so I hastily guessed that something had happened to the Sacred Maiden tribe. But now, it seems that the matter has been resolved. Ling Zhu's face was full of smiles. This is just right. Yun Luofeng has returned to the Jun family. Your Sacred Maiden tribe can send people to kill him now. Chapter 1734. When Qin Shui joined forces with the North Continent, she had told him about her feud with Yun Luofeng. What Ling Zhu did not expect was that Yun Luofeng would be so bold as to attack the successor of the Sacred Lady tribe. Wasn't he looking for death? The Sacred Lady tribe must have come to deal with Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng stood up impatiently, his old face full of anger. Was there no end to the Sacred Lady tribe? First, they went to the Yun family to capture someone, and now they came uninvited. Did they really think that their granddaughter had no subordinates? Yun Xingya and Ning Xian also stood beside Yun Luofeng, staring at the Sacred Lady tribe warily. After all, they had only been at the Jun family for 2 days, and there were many things they did not know. Yi Qi had also not told them about this. Elder Green-robed's face darkened. No matter how well-mannered she was, she could not help but be angry. Who do you think you are? Get out. Ling Zhu was stunned. This elder of the Sacred Maiden tribe really had a bad temper. Could it be that she was angry because he could not help the Sacred Lady tribe? Thinking of this, Ling Zhu smiled. Elder green-robed, this time, the North Continent is really useless and could not help the Sacred Lady tribe. Since you are here, then Yun Luofeng will be dealt with by you yourselves. After all, he killed the successor of the Sacred Lady tribe. Yun Luofeng killed the successor of the Sacred Lady tribe? Those who did not know the situation were already stunned. They looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. They did not know whether to say that she did not know what was going on, or that she was extremely bold. She dared to kill the successor of the Sacred Lady tribe. Wasn't this asking the Sacred Lady tribe to kill her? At this moment, Hong Wan had already regained her composure. She silently walked to Yun Luofeng's side, using her actions to explain her choice. Seeing her daughter like this, Hong Ling only smiled bitterly, but did not stop her. His daughter was all grown up and had her own choices. He could not restrict her like before, otherwise, he would only let his only daughter go far away from him. Girl. Elder Su Kong pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, no matter what, the West Spirit Academy will always be your support. We old fellows will always be your masters. This will not change. In other words, if the Sacred Maiden tribe were to become enemies with Yun Luofeng, then he would be the first to stand on Yun Luofeng's side. Hee hee, Mu Dong laughed, little Yun is Grandpa Jun's lifeblood. As Grandpa Jun's bosom friend, I will definitely protect you. Elder Mu, the continent master of the Central Continent's expression changed and he hurriedly tried to stop him. Unexpectedly, Mu Dong's cold eyes swept over him and his voice was stuck in his throat. In the beginning, Yun Luofeng didn't know Mu Dong's identity. However, she found out later on that Elder Mu was the master of the Central Continent's continent lord. He was also the previous continent lord. I've already decided on this matter. No one is allowed to interfere. There was no need to mention the Dragon and Phoenix clans. When they saw the Sacred Maiden tribe appear, they stood beside Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao like guards, silently performing their duties. The green-robed elder did not say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but Ling Zhu's words scared him. When did she say she wanted to kill Yun Luofeng? Was this brat deliberately framing her? Actually, if Ling Zhu was facing someone else, perhaps the other party would understand the reason in a moment. But, at this moment, the Sacred Maiden tribe was in front of him. The ignorant and extremely stupid Sacred Maiden tribe. Chapter 1735. Lord of the North Continent. The elder in green pointed angrily at Ling Zhu, her face full of hatred. Tell me, how did the Sacred Maiden tribe provoke you? Why did you frame the Sacred Maiden tribe? Huh? Ling Zhu was dumbfounded. When did he frame the Sacred Maiden tribe? The elder in green glared fiercely at Ling Zhu. Even the group of maids behind her looked at Ling Zhu coldly. Miss Yun. The elder in green no longer looked at Ling Zhu. She walked quickly towards Yun Luofeng. Her face was no longer angry and cold. It was now filled with a friendly smile. I heard that the Jun family is holding a banquet to recognize relatives today, so I came uninvited. I hope Miss Yun won't blame me. She looked around and saw Lin Ruobai hiding in a corner, gnawing on a roasted pig. She breathed a sigh of relief. Neither the Wei family's insult nor the arrival of the Sacred Maiden tribe attracted Lin Ruobai's attention. In her eyes, there was only the table of delicious food in front of her. However, when everyone saw the smiling face of the elder in green, they were petrified again. They didn't seem to understand what was going on. Hong Wan turned to Yun Luofeng in confusion. Didn't the Sacred Maiden tribe come looking for trouble? But looking at her appearance, it looked like she was here to curry favor. Compared to everyone else's shock, Ling Zhu and his son were already frozen. In their eyes, the Sacred Maiden tribe was their last trump card. When did the Sacred Maiden tribe become so close to Yun Luofeng? Lady Qin Shui shouldn't have lied to them. The elder in green ignored the looks of these people. She smiled and walked towards Lin Ruobai, who was gnawing on the roasted pig in the corner. Greetings, young master. As if she had heard the voice in front of her, Lin Ruobai raised her eyes in a daze. She raised her hand to wipe the grease off her mouth and turned to Yun Luofeng. Master, when did this guy come? Did the June family invite him? What made Lin Ruobai even angrier was that this group of bastards dared to disturb her while she was enjoying the food. Only the heavens knew that she hid in the corner to prevent anyone from disturbing her. These blind people were simply unforgivable. You came uninvited. Yun Luofeng curled the corner of his lips and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruobai was immediately enraged. She stood up angrily and pointed at the elder in green. I have already said that I don't want to see anyone from the Sacred Maiden tribe. I am not the young matriarch of the Sacred Maiden tribe. All of you, scram. Little Mo patted Lin Ruobai's chest to soothe her anger. Xiao Bai, don't bother with these people. Let's not look at her. I'll get you a piece of water chestnut cake. It was obvious that little Mo did not have a good impression of the Sacred Maiden tribe. Lin Ruobai pouted. I don't want to eat water chestnut cakes, I want to eat meat. Okay, then I'll let you eat my roasted suckling pig. Looking at the young couple, the green-robed elder's expression was a little awkward. Young clan leader, I'm here to ask for your forgiveness. I was too rude back then, so, go away. Don't think that I don't know that you came to the June family to eat and drink. There's no place for you at today's banquet, so don't even think about stealing the food in front of me. Young clan leader, the green-robed elder's mouth twitched. I don't want to steal your food, oh? Hearing this, Lin Ruobai heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't here to steal her food, this. Seeing that Lin Ruobai was ignoring him, the green-robed elder turned to Yun Luofeng awkwardly. Miss Yun, can you help me persuade the young clan leader? Chapter 1736. Yun Luofeng lay down lazily and leaned on Yun Zhao's body. Her eyes carried a demonic and lazy smile. Do you still remember what you said when we were at the Sacred Maiden tribe? This. Elder Greenrobe's face turned red. They had forced Yun Luofeng to keep Lin Ruobai and had treated her with disdain. Who knew that Lin Ruobai would give up the Sacred Maiden tribe without hesitation and choose to leave with her? Bang! Just as Elder Greenrobed was about to explain, she heard a figure behind her. She turned her head impatiently and frowned. North Continent's Continent Lord, how did I offend you? Why do you have to go against me? She watched as Ling Zhu lost his balance and fell to the ground on his buttocks. The muffled thud interrupted the green-robed elder's train of thought, which caused her to be enraged. Ling Zhu's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't even utter a single word. Didn't Qin Shui say that Yun Luofeng killed the successor of the Sacred Maiden tribe? Then why did her disciple become the young clan leader of the Sacred Maiden tribe? Oh my God, what a stupid mistake he had made. Ling Shuang lowered his head and did not dare to look at everyone's eyes. He only felt that his face was flustered and very embarrassing. I remember that back in the North Continent, you wanted to go to the Wuhui continent to capture my family and use them to threaten me? Yun Luofeng stretched lazily and sat up lazily. The corners of his lips curled into an evil smile and his black eyes were incomparably cold. Then how should we settle this debt with you personally? Ling Shuang subconsciously looked at his father, but found that his father could not make a sound under the gaze of Elder Greenrobed. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and say, "You killed my brother and crippled me first. Otherwise, we would not want to take revenge on you." Yun Luofeng smiled slightly. Then let me ask you, why did I kill your brother? Ling Shuang was momentarily speechless. Yun Luofeng continued, your brother attacked first and slandered Huang Yingying. And I have always been vengeful. Those who hurt me will be smashed to pieces. Those who injure me will have their bones crushed. The woman's voice was domineering and powerful, causing a trace of shame to appear on Ling Shuang's face. He glared at his father with resentment, stood up, and said, looks like the Northern Continent can no longer stay here today. Since that's the case, let's go. After saying this, he led a group of people out of the door, but from beginning to end, he did not help his father who had fallen to the ground. However, he was stopped by the Jun family's guards as soon as he reached the door. Ling Shuang clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. My brother did want to hurt you first, but the Northern Continent has already paid the price. What else do you want? Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and stood up from his chair. I've already repaid you for the mistakes you made in the northern continent, but what about after that? She narrowed her eyes and a cold light flashed in them. We'll settle the score now. After returning to the 7 continents for so many days, she had not settled the score with the North Continent. She had been waiting for this moment, so what if the North Continent could not carry out the plan? As long as she had this intention in her heart, she would not let it go. Yun Luofeng, how dare you? Ling Shuang was angry, and his voice was filled with fear. He looked at Yun Luofeng, who was approaching him, and his body gradually retreated. Chapter 1737. Yun Luofeng didn't seem to hear Ling Shuang's words. He stopped in front of him. And then, before Ling Shuang had time to react, Yun Luofeng's leg had already landed on his chest, sending him flying. Ling Shuang fell to the ground in a sorry state, vomiting blood non-stop. He was just about to run, but countless weapons were already pressed against his chest. They were bone-chilling, and he couldn't help but shiver. He knew that Yun Luofeng wouldn't be merciful to him, so he hurriedly looked at Huang Yingying with pleading eyes. Yingying, for the sake of our previous love affair, please ask him to spare my life. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Huang Yingying. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Perhaps they didn't expect that the young master of the North Continent's Continent Lord Manor had a love affair with the saintess of the witch demon tribe. When Huang Yingying heard this, she was so angry that her face turned pale. Ling Shuang, don't slander my innocence. Back then, I just didn't know who you were, and that's why I was bewitched by you. Nothing happened between us. Love affair? How could it be a good word with the word marriage in it? Back then, she and Ling Shuang were indeed in love with each other, but she had always maintained her innocence. Before marrying him, she would never give up her body. But, Ling Shuang's words caused everyone to misunderstand. They had been intimate. Huang Yingying, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. You can't be so heartless. Seeing Ling Shuang's unrepentant expression, Huang Yingying's body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes burst with intense anger. Let him go. At this moment, a cold voice came from the side. The weapons that were pressed against Ling Shuang's body were put away. The Jun family's guards retreated to the side, opening a path for Yun Luofeng. Ling Shuang was clearly relieved. That's right, he had said those words on purpose just now, and also deliberately let everyone think that Huang Yingying had been intimate with him. With Yun Luofeng's love for his subordinates, in order to prevent Huang Yingying's reputation from being ruined, he would definitely marry Huang Yingying to him. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that the person standing in front of him was Yun Luofeng. The Yun Luofeng who had never been afraid of the secular world. Moreover, at this banquet, not only had the Dragon and Phoenix clans sent representatives, even the young clan leader of the Sacred Maiden tribe was Yun Luofeng's disciple. How could they mock and ridicule Huang Yingying just because of a few words from Ling Shuang? Miss Yun, bang. Before he finished speaking, Yun Luofeng kicked Ling Shuang in the mouth. He cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Among the bloodstains, there were blood-stained teeth. The people of the North Continent are really birds of a feather. Back then, your brother slandered Huang Yingying for stealing items from the North Continent's Lord Mansion. Now, you want to slander her? The fear in Ling Shuang's eyes deepened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His hand tightly covered his bleeding mouth, and his voice became indistinct, so much so that no one could understand what he was saying. Since your mouth is used to falsely accuse others, then I'll beat you until you can't speak anymore. Well, Ling Shuang retreated in fear, but there was a flight of stairs behind him. He staggered and rolled down the stairs, pathetically rolling a few times on the ground. When he finally stopped, he wanted to get up, but at this moment, a foot had already stepped on his chest. Pfft! The woman twisted her foot, and he felt pain in his internal organs. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Chapter 1738. Huang Yingying turned her head away, refusing to look at Ling Shuang. The Northern Continent had brought all of this upon themselves. Back then, in order to find Hong Wan, Yun Luofeng had already spared the northern continent. Who would have thought that they would still want revenge? If this wasn't what they had brought upon themselves, then what was? When Ling Shuang fainted from Yun Luofeng's stomp, she slowly moved her foot away and promptly handed her a handkerchief. "Wipe it, lest your feet get dirty." The man's hoarse voice was low and deep, but it was filled with warmth. Even his pair of cold eyes were filled with light. It seemed that only in front of Yun Luofeng, his eyes would shine with such a dazzling light. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up into a smile. He took the handkerchief from the man and placed it on the ground. He used his shoe to rub the handkerchief a few times until the blood stains were wiped clean. "I'll handle the rest." The man turned his head and cast a cold glance at Feng Qi. He didn't say a word, but Feng Qi understood his order. "Master, I'm going to bury this guy alive." "Oh, that's right, there's also the northern continent's main residence. There's no need for it to exist anymore." At this moment, the hearts of the people of the northern continent turned ice cold. Some people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, peeing their pants. Yun Luofeng's black eyes were fixed on the man beside him. There was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. "You kill people, I'll bury their bodies." This was the promise that the man had once given her. All these years, he had indeed done so. Whenever she wanted to solve things herself, he would never interfere, nor would he stop her. He would only silently follow behind her and deal with the aftermath for her. "Let's go, Yun Shao." Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was beautiful, so beautiful that Yun Shao couldn't look away. It was as if he couldn't get enough of the woman beside him. In the banquet hall, Grandpa Jun coughed twice and said with a smile, "Ladies of the Sacred Maiden tribe, it's enough for you to sit in the seats in the northern continent. Let's not be affected by those people. Next, I will introduce my daughter and grandchildren to you. I'm sure you already know about my daughter, Jun Fengling, my son-in-law, Yi Jingshan, and my granddaughter, Yi Qi." Grandpa Jun smiled and said in high spirits, "However, my daughter has a pair of twins. Little Xia, Jun, come to Grandpa's side." As soon as Jun Lintian finished speaking, Yi Xia and Yi Jun stood up from their seats and walked over to him. "Grandfather." The twins, Yi Jun and Yi Xia, both had cute smiles on their faces. Compared to Yi Jun, who looked steady, the older brother, Yi Xia, was more innocent. "My dear child." Jun Lintian's bones melted when he heard the word grandfather, and the smile on his face widened. He held Yi Jun with one hand and Yi Xia with the other, wishing he could hold these two adorable little fellows in his arms forever. The people below couldn't help but have thoughts. Be it Yi Qi, Yi Jun, or Yi Xia, they were undoubtedly a bridge for them to curry favor with the Jun family. Although Yi Jun and Yi Xia were young, it didn't stop them from sending their children of the same age to befriend them. Moreover, it would be easier to hook up with them at such a young age. "Xia, Jun, sit on Grandpa's lap. You don't have to go to your parents." Grandpa Jun was all smiles. It wasn't hard for the crowd to see that Grandpa Jun had been in a good mood these days. Chapter 1739. Ahem, Grandpa Jun realized that he still had something to say, so he turned to the crowd below. "I guess you all know Feng, Let me introduce her fiancé, Yun Shao. I'm afraid none of you have any impression of the name Yun Shao. What about the title Ghost Emperor?" "Ghost Emperor." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Mu Dong was looking at Grandpa Jun with a flabbergasted expression. "Ghost Emperor? You mean, Yun Shao is the Ghost Emperor?" The world only knew the Ghost Emperor, not Yun Shao. It was no wonder they were so shocked. For a moment, those who wanted to snatch Yun Luofeng away from Yun Shao gave up on the idea. Snatching a woman from the Ghost Emperor, they did not have the guts. "That's right, Shao, is the Ghost Emperor, and also my grandson." Mu Dong was stunned. "If the Ghost Emperor is your grandson, then Yun Luofeng, that Yun girl is my granddaughter-in-law." Grandpa Jun pursed his lips. "However, I like this girl very much. Although she is my granddaughter-in-law, I have always treated her as my own granddaughter." If I find out that anyone bullied her, this old man will immediately fight with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandpa Jun's cold eyes looked around, his voice filled with warning. Apart from those who were on good terms with Yun Luofeng, the people from the other forces all smiled bitterly. Bully Yun Luofeng? Who would have the guts to do so? Forget about the fact that she was Grandpa Jun's granddaughter-in-law. Even if she was not, no one would dare to provoke her. In addition, Grandpa Jun paused for a moment, then continued, I will introduce you to two more forces. One is the Yun family, the family of my granddaughter-in-law, Yun Luofeng. The other is the Yi family, the family of my daughter's husband. These two families represent the Jun family in the 7 continents. If I find out that anyone has offended them, don't blame my Jun family for killing them. Grandpa Jun's voice was powerful and resounding, his domineering aura soaring to the clouds, causing the people below to not dare utter a single word. Especially those who were sitting with Yun Luofeng and Old Man Yi. Their intestines had turned green. If they had known that these two families belonged to Yun Luofeng and Jun Fengling, they would have thrown away their pride and gone over to suck up to them. Unfortunately, if he missed this chance, there wouldn't be another one. Grandpa Jun's gaze shifted and fell upon Yun Luo's aged face. A gentle smile appeared on his face. In-law Yun, should we discuss the marriage between little Yun and little Xiao? You see, the two of them aren't young anymore. Why don't we get married first? Yun Luo's eyes brightened. He slammed the table and stood up. All right, the 15th of the next month is a good day. Let them get married on that day. The 15th of the next month was only 20 days away from today. Even though he wanted Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao to get married earlier, he still needed to choose a good day. Fortunately, he had already made preparations beforehand so that he wouldn't have to choose another day. What does in-law Yi think? Jun Lintian turned to Old Man Yi and asked with a smile. Then I'll listen to Yun's family and do it for them on the 15th of next month. Old Master Yi seemed to have made up his mind. From the beginning to the end, the 3 old men did not ask for Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's opinion. They just minded their own business and decided on the date. By the time Yun Luofeng came back to his senses and wanted to say something, it was already too late. The 3 old men had already begun discussing how to hold the wedding. Chapter 1740. Don't you think it's a little rushed? After hesitating for a while, Yun Luofeng finally said something. Yun Luofeng glared. Rushed what? Are you going back on your word? No, I only recognize Yun Xiao as my grandson-in-law. You must marry him. I agree with in-law Yun. You have 20 days to prepare. It's not rushed. You just wait to be your bride in peace. We'll take care of the rest. Jun Lintian waved his hand. Clearly, they weren't going to let Yun Luofeng voice her opinion. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no good date before the 15th of the next month, he would have brought forward the wedding. It would be best if it was tomorrow. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. She didn't even have the right to voice her opinion on her own wedding? The man's arms suddenly reached out from beside her and pulled her into his embrace in front of everyone's eyes. His voice was low and hoarse, but his words were very serious. They're right. I also feel that it's a little long until the 15th of the next month. Yun Luofeng felt the breath beside her ear, causing her body to become weak. She leaned against the man's chest. All right, then we'll get married on the 15th of the next month. Just as she finished speaking, the man beside her suddenly twisted her body. A pair of grim, pitch-black eyes were now filled with light. You agree? Even though the old man had already decided on a date for him, it was still not as important as Yun Luofeng's nod of approval. I agree. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly and raised her hand to grab the man's collar, but you have to promise me a few things. In the future, no matter what happens, you can't lie to me. You have to tell me the truth. Secondly, you have to listen to me in everything. Thirdly, you can only do it once a night. If you agree to these 3 requests, I'll marry you. I can promise you the first 2, but the third. Yun Xiao frowned. Can we do it 5 times? 2 times, no bargaining. Yun Luofeng gritted her teeth. Every time she was with Yun Xiao, she would be tormented to death by him every night. She really didn't know where this man got so much energy. 4 times. Yun Xiao's gaze was pitiful, like a puppy wagging its tail. 3 times. If you continue to bargain, then I'll forget about this marriage. All right, deal. Yun Xiao's black eyes were bright and the corners of his lips curled into an arc. The woman's peerlessly beautiful figure was reflected in his black eyes. Although 3 times was a little less, it was still better than 1 time. Everyone in the banquet hall was dumbfounded when they saw the two of them discussing such an erotic topic as if no one else was present. Only the youths who had yet to experience the world didn't understand the meaning behind their words. Sister-in-law. Yi Xie raised her eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. What are you and second brother discussing? Yun Xiao glanced at Yi Xie. You will understand when you get married. After saying this, Yun Xiao put her arm around Yun Luofeng's waist. Feng, should we fulfill our promise tonight? The people who had been paying attention to the two of them subconsciously turned their heads when they heard Yun Xiao's words. They didn't look at them anymore, as if they hadn't heard anything. However, just as Yun Xiao was about to leave with Yun Luofeng, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Little Yun, I've come this time because I have something to tell you. Su Kong's expression was solemn. When will you have time? Chapter 1741. Yun Luofeng paused and turned to look at Su Kong. Master, is there anything else? This. Su Kong looked hesitant. He wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed and said, I just want to ask you, when will you have time to visit West Spirit Academy? Your other masters miss you very much. All right, after I get married, I will visit them. Indeed, it had been 5 years since she left West Spirit Academy. It was time to go back and visit. Su Kong nodded slightly. There are still some things to do in West Spirit Academy. I'm afraid you won't be able to make it on the day of your wedding. However, the masters will definitely send gifts. Even today, he had made time to come over. The others were left in West Spirit Academy. Yun Luofeng's eyes showed a trace of doubt. He felt that Su Kong was hiding something from him. However, he was not the kind of person to get to the bottom of things. If the other party was not willing to say it, he would not ask. Master, a teacher for a day, a father for life. If West Spirit Academy needs it, I will rush over even if I'm 1,000 miles away. She did not say it out loud, but she made it very clear what she meant. If West Spirit Academy needed it, she would do her best to help. Su Kong smiled helplessly. This girl was always so meticulous. He had only hesitated for a moment and she had seen through it. But, if Yun Luofeng was not married, then perhaps he would have asked for her help. Now, this girl's wedding day was approaching, and this matter could not be resolved overnight. So, after thinking for a long time, he decided not to say it for the time being. Girl, there's nothing important. After you get married, I will wait for you at West Spirit Academy. Su Kong smiled. I won't stay any longer today. Goodbye. After saying these words, Su Kong cupped his fists towards Grandpa Jun and left. Grandfather Jun knew that Su Kong had urgent matters to attend to, so he did not stop him. Instead, he let Jun Xian send him out of the city. Yun Luofeng looked at Su Kong's departing figure and frowned slightly. Do you think West Spirit Academy is in trouble? Yun Xiao pondered for a moment. I'm not sure. I'll let Fengqi follow. If West Spirit Academy really needs it, let him help. That's good. Yun Luofeng nodded lightly. In reality, if West Spirit Academy had really met with an extremely urgent crisis, then the Void would definitely have announced it on the spot. Since they could delay it for 20 days, it also proved that this crisis was not over yet. The next day. Dawn. Yun Luofeng had just walked out of the courtyard when she saw Mo Qianqing standing in front of her door with a bitter face. When he saw Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walk out together, a wave of jealousy rose in his heart. However, he did not even look at Yun Xiao. His pitch-black eyes stared unblinkingly at Yun Luofeng. Are you really getting married? Yes. Speaking of which, Yun Luofeng felt remorseful for deceiving Mo Qianqing that day. However, he did not feel guilty. If not for Mo Qianqing's delusions of harming Zhu Qian, how could he have been trapped for 1,000 years? In that illusion, if he had not injured Ji Zhoutian, she would not have lied to him in order to save Ji Zhoutian. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. She really could not sympathize with Mo Qianqing. You're actually really getting married. Mo Qianqing's eyes were filled with tears as he bit his lips tightly. He seemed to have made up his mind as he stared fiercely at Yun Shao. It doesn't matter if she marries you now. I don't care. Wait until the day I recover my strength, I will snatch her back. Chapter 1742. Yun Shao looked coldly at Mo Qianqing and did not put this arrogant little boy in his eyes at all. You have no chance. He would not give anyone a chance to hurt her. Mo Qianqing snorted and looked at Yun Luofeng again. I don't care if you are a man or a woman, I only love Zhu Qian. 1,000 years ago, I could love him without caring about the world. 1,000 years later, I still don't care if you are married or not. In the illusion, I have waited for you for 1,000 years. Even though I have been trying to convince myself that I hate you, I cannot hide my true feelings. So, I don't mind waiting for you for a few more years. When I recover my strength, I will snatch you back. Yun Luofeng looked at Mo Qianqing and unconsciously sighed. I really am not Zhu Qian. Back then, I only lied to you to save Ji Zhoutian. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ji Zhoutian. Mo Qianqing shook his head, his face full of determination. I don't believe your words. You are Zhu Qian. This fellow was really stubborn to the point of death. To tell you the truth, the reason why Zhu Qian let me inherit his abilities was because I promised him one thing. Yun Luofeng's expression was very helpless, that is. I promised him that I would find his reincarnated person. Moreover, I have seen Zhu Qian's remnant soul. His remnant soul even saved my life once. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's mind was filled with the man's arrogant attitude, dressed in red, peerless and beautiful, looking down on the world. He was like a demon god that had walked out of a painting, able to instantly kill all the strong cultivators in the world with just a wave of his hand. It was no wonder that Mo Qianqing, who was also a man, would fall for him, but Yun Luofeng subconsciously looked at the cold man beside him and his lips curled into a smile. Compared to a domineering and arrogant man like Zhu Qian, she preferred a cold and adorable man like Yun Shao. Mo Qianqing took 2 steps back as he looked at Yun Luofeng with teary eyes. You lied to me because you wanted to marry him, right? He pointed at the man standing beside Yun Luofeng and said in a trembling voice. Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Ji Zhoutian is at West Spirit Academy, you can ask him. Mo Qianqing clenched her fists tightly, and her adorable little face was deathly pale. Only the heavens knew the excitement and agitation in his heart when he found out that Yun Luofeng was Zhu Qian. Especially now that she was a woman, she probably wouldn't reject him because of scruples, but now, the woman's words were like a heavy blow to his head, causing his mind to instantly go blank. Alright, I'll go find Ji Zhoutian. I must get to the bottom of this. Mo Qianqing looked back at Yun Luofeng, then turned around and ran out of the June residence. Right now, only Ji Zhoutian could prove Yun Luofeng's true identity. Now that he's gone, we don't have to worry about anyone disrupting the wedding. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Shao and said, Yun Shao, do you think I'm being too ruthless? There was only one reason why she asked Mo Qianqing to look for Ji Zhoutian, and that was because she did not want anyone to disrupt the wedding. He's my rival in love. Yun Shao raised his hand and pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace. But you're still asking me if you're too ruthless? Furthermore, he's reaping what he sowed. Yun Luofeng had previously told Yun Shao about Mo Qianqing's matters, including Zhu Qian's inheritance. Hence, Yun Shao was very disdainful of Mo Qianqing's actions. He wanted to hurt the other party when he couldn't get what he loved. No wonder Zhu Qian wouldn't accept him. Yun Zhao's voice paused. Furthermore, Zhu Qian had already shown mercy. He only locked him up for 1,000 years and didn't do anything to him. Chapter 1743. A trace of flattery flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes as he asked with a faint smile, "If I hadn't accepted you back then, what would you have done?" "I'll stay by your side until you accept me." Yun Xiao replied very seriously. "Aren't you afraid that another man will appear by my side?" "With me by your side, how can the others appear?" A cold light flickered in the depths of Yun Xiao's eyes. "If anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I will make it so that they won't be able to take care of themselves." "Really?" Yun Luofeng stroked his chin, and the smile in his eyes deepened. "That's right, I won't let anyone have any designs on you. At the same time, I won't be like Imo Qiansheng, wanting to hurt you just because I can't get my hands on you." Yun Xiao pressed down on Yun Luofeng's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "I will only hurt others, but I won't bear to hurt you, even if you don't accept me." Not accepting him? That was simple. He would continue to move her. However, because Zhu Qian was unwilling to accept him, Imo Qiansheng allied with outsiders to deal with him. So what if he went back on his word? If he ever had such thoughts, then it was impossible to erase this stain. As for Yun Luofeng pretending to be Zhu Qian, Yun Xiao did not think that she had done anything wrong. Back then, in the illusion, Imo Qiansheng had transferred his hatred to Zhu Qian because Ji Jiutian was Zhu Qian's good friend and Yun Luofeng was Zhu Qian's successor. If Yun Luofeng had not impersonated Zhu Qian at the last minute, perhaps she would have already died in Imo Qiansheng's hands. At the thought of this, Yun Zhao's face turned cold and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. If Imo Qiansheng had designs on Feng, or again, then, even if he had to take the risk, he would still kill him. "Yun Xiao," Yun Luofeng sighed softly, "I promised Zhu Qian that I would find his reincarnated person. He even told me that when I see his reincarnated person one day, I would naturally be able to sense it. However, so many years have passed and I still haven't found him." Yun Zhao's eyebrows twitched, and the hand holding Yun Luofeng's shoulder tightened slightly. "If fate wills it, we will eventually meet again." "I hope so." In this life, there were not many people that Yun Luofeng admired, but Zhu Qian was one of them. It wasn't just because Zhu Qian had created this puppet. More importantly, it was because he had accepted his inheritance. Therefore, she wanted to see Zhu Qian's reincarnation more than anyone else. Even if his reincarnation was a good-for-nothing, she would protect him for the rest of her life. "Feng, in 20 days, it will be our wedding ceremony." Yun Zhao's lips curled. "Then should we start making babies?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. "Do you prefer a son or a daughter?" "If you give birth to a daughter, then I will definitely spoil her. Even if I have to devote my entire life, I will protect you and your mother." "If it's a son." Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then he must be able to work in the kitchen, enter the hall, chase away his love rivals, and protect his wife. So, I reckon that I will teach him a harsh lesson. Can you go into the kitchen?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked with a faint smile. Yun Xiao nodded. A man must have culinary skills so that his wife can enjoy delicacies to the fullest. Yun Luofeng felt that if he really had a son, he would definitely sympathize with him. After becoming his son, he would definitely not have a good life. However, she liked Yun Zhao's way of doing things. "Yun Xiao, I'm hungry." Yun Luofeng's body was a little lazy. Chapter 1744. "I'll prepare breakfast for you." Yun Zhao's voice was very gentle. To him, preparing breakfast for his wife was an extremely happy thing. Therefore, he had been doing his best to prepare meals for Yun Luofeng these days and never let anyone interfere. As a result, Yun Luofeng would not enjoy the meals made by others every time they parted. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng's current actions could fill her body with spiritual energy, so she would not feel hungry. The news that Yun Xiao was a ghost emperor spread throughout the 7 continents within a few days. When those who had caused trouble for Yun Xiao found out that he was old Master Jun's grandson, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants and regretted it. Compared to the uproar in the outside world, the Jun family was peaceful. Everyone was busy preparing for the wedding in a few days and no one cared about the disturbance. Young mistress. Just as Jun Fengling was asking someone to measure Yun Luofeng's wedding dress, a voice was heard hurriedly. June Fengling's fingers paused and looked at the rash servant girl of the June family. She asked, "What's the matter?" "A young master named Yishima has come. He said that he's your adopted son, young mistress, Yishima." June Fengling's eyes lit up when she heard the name and her breathing quickened. "Quick, take me to CMO, Ever since June Fengling and Yi Jingshan left the Yi family, Yishima had also left. Not long ago, he brought a woman back to the Yi family and immediately went out to train. After that, there was no news of him. She did not expect Yishima to find the June family. June Fengling rushed to the front hall and saw the man standing in the courtyard. Her eyes flashed with joy and she said, I finally see you again. Adoptive mother." Yishima curled his lips as he looked at June Fengling running over. "I heard about the matter between you and the June family, so I came looking for you. I should still be able to attend second brother and Feng's wedding, right?" Did you come alone?" June Fengling was a little surprised. "I heard from Xia, and June, that you brought a lady back to the June family last time. Why didn't she come with you this time?" Yishima coughed awkwardly and said, "Well, she didn't come with me this time." In fact, Yishima had always known how Yi Qi felt about him. However, he did not have any feelings for her. He only treated her as his younger sister. Unfortunately, he had already told her a few times, but she had turned a deaf ear to him. He had no choice but to find someone to pretend to be his woman. It was to make Yi Qi give up so that she could choose another husband to avoid missing out on her. At this moment, another old voice came from outside the door, clicking its tongue in wonder. "I didn't expect Master to grow to such an extent in just a few years after leaving the Roaring Dragon continent. When the Yun family found me, I still couldn't believe it. There was only one person who could call Yun Luofeng master. That person was old man Tianya, who he was familiar with in the Roaring Dragon mainland. However, ever since Yun Luofeng left the Roaring Dragon continent, he had never seen Tianya again. She did not expect that the Yun family would find Tianya for her wedding. Seeing the little old man walk in from outside, Yun Luofeng's heart leaped with joy. She still missed her acquaintances from the Roaring Dragon continent. Chapter 1745. "Tianya, why are you here?" Yun Luofeng's words could not be any more normal, but it filled Tianya's eyes with grief. That expression made it seem as if Yun Luofeng had done something that caused the heavens to be angry. "Master, I'm your disciple after all. Although you've never acknowledged it, in your disciple's heart, a teacher for a day is a father for life. How can I not come when you're getting married?" Hearing this, Yun Luofeng's face immediately darkened. She had not been willing to accept Tianya, this old man, but now, he actually said something like, "A teacher for a day is a father for life." She could not give birth to a son of his age. But Tianya chuckled. "This time, I didn't come alone. I brought my wife." Just as Tianya finished speaking, a woman in a green dress walked in from outside the courtyard. This woman's appearance was elegant and otherworldly. There was a faint smile on her face, like a green lotus that was untainted by the mud. Fu Sheng. Yun Luofeng could not be more familiar with the woman in front of him. Back then, because of a misunderstanding, Fu Sheng had left Tianya and stayed in the forest of no return. She had not taken a single step out, so Tianya had not been able to find her for many years. "Miss Yun, long time no see." Fu Sheng smiled. Her lower abdomen was slightly bulging, and a blissful and sweet smile hung on her face. "Congratulations." Yun Luofeng glanced at her slightly bulging lower abdomen and sincerely congratulated her. "But, I'd like to know, what method did Tianya use to chase you back?" Just as Yun Luofeng finished speaking, another clear and bright voice rang out from the front. "Master, I know about this. Ever since Master's father found out that my master was the Beast King of the Forest of No Return, he shamelessly stayed. No matter how my master chased him away, he couldn't be chased away. He could be considered lucky. Coincidentally, someone wanted to capture my master, so he risked his life to save my master. This caused my master to be moved by him and continue to accept him. The man walking over from the front was the assassin Long Fei, who had gone to the Tian family to cause trouble for his master but had been saved by Yun Luofeng. Looks like I'm late. Just as Yun Luofeng was about to say something, a cold voice suddenly sounded out from the void, drawing the attention of everyone. Perhaps in a few days, it would be the day of Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's marriage. Hence, the forces that had come to attend the banquet did not leave. Instead, they stayed in Junsheng. Coupled with the prestige of the Jun family, many people took advantage of this opportunity to curry favor with the Jun family. As a result, many influential people stood in front of the Jun family's courtyard. Among them, there was no lack of young girls waiting to be married. Now, when they heard this voice that was so pleasing to the ears that it could cause them to forget themselves, they could not help but raise their heads to look. In the void, a crescent-colored robe fluttered in the wind, as beautiful as an ink painting. The man's face was handsome like a banished immortal. There was no lack of an immortal's aura in his indifference. He was so clean that it seemed as if he had not been contaminated by the mortal world. Some of the women even covered their mouths in shock. How could there be such a celestial being in this world? It was so clean and pure that no one could bear to profane it. Qin Yuqing, long time no see. The moment she saw the man, Yun Luofeng raised his lips and smiled. Speaking of which, ever since he had met Qin Yuqing, this man had indeed helped him a lot. Even being able to enter the 7 continents was because of Qin Yuqing's help. Chapter 1746. How can I not come when you're getting married? Qin Yuqing's cold aura dissipated as she faced Yun Luofeng. Her eyes were filled with endless gentleness. This gentleness seemed to be able to drown people to death. It also filled the hearts of the girls present with envy. Yun Luofeng already had a powerful and outstanding man like the Ghost Emperor. She never thought that even such an immortal would only have eyes for her. She wondered what delicious food she had cooked in her past life to have such outstanding men by her side. Yun Xiao raised his eyebrows and instinctively pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms. He hugged her tightly. Even though he only saw gentleness in Qin Yuqing's eyes and no other emotions, this did not mean that he would let his guard down. Moreover, compared to the evildoer Ji Jiutian, this Qin Yuqing seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog that no one could understand. This time, I did not bring you any precious gifts. Qin Yuqing's eyes flashed and the smile on her lips deepened. This is a seed that I accidentally obtained. Perhaps, you have the ability to cultivate it. After saying this, he slightly opened his palm. In his palm, there was a vermilion seed that was placed steadily. Even though it was only a seed, it was the size of half his palm. It was so red that it looked like it had been coated with a layer of paint. Master, accept it. Just as Yun Luofeng was hesitating, a clear voice sounded from behind him. Yun Luofeng turned around and saw little Mo standing behind him. At this moment, little Mo's handsome and young face was filled with excitement. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the seed in Qin Yuqing's palm. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate any longer. He calmly put away the seed and smiled, "Thank you." Qin Yuqing's smile was full of gentleness. "This seed is just a dead object in my hands. If it falls into your hands, perhaps it will be able to display its value. However, I hope that if you can cultivate this seed, you can give me one." "All right." Yun Luofeng's lips curled. His beautiful face was filled with confidence and calmness. "If I can really cultivate it, I will definitely give you one." She had the divine grimoire space. It was not difficult for her to cultivate a seed. Yun Xiao did not speak. He silently stood beside Yun Luofeng. He watched as Yun Luofeng put away the seeds that Qin Yuqing had given him. He seemed to be deep in thought. "Fenger, your old friends have arrived. Let the servant girls bring them to rest." Grandpa Jun walked out with a smile on his face. "They must have had a hard time rushing here." Yun Luofeng nodded, then instructed the servant girls to take these people away. As for Long Fei, she arranged for them to look for the Steel Flame Legion. Back then, when she saved Long Fei sold himself to her, but who knew that after he returned to the Forest of No Return, he did not follow her out again. At this time, she definitely had to let him return to the team. After Long Fei saw that his master and martial father had reconciled, he no longer had any regrets and willingly walked with the Steel Flame Corps. Ever since the illusion collapsed, the Steel Flame Legion didn't go back to the illusion to train. Instead, they stayed in the Jun family. However, Yun Luofeng had the book that Zhu Qian left behind. It would only take him a few days to recover from the illusion. Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's wedding day had finally arrived amidst the excitement of the Jun family. At this time, in a cave in the wilderness, Bai Su looked coldly at the beautiful woman standing in front of her. Her eyes were hazy. Chapter 1747. Jin Yu, how dare you do this to me? That day, he was waiting for Luor in the cave, but he didn't expect Jin Yu to suddenly appear. He didn't know where she got the poison to attack him and bring him to this place. At the thought of Jin Yu wanting to separate him from Luor, Bai Su's heart surged with anger, and his eyes became colder. I order you now, let me go. Jin Yu looked at the man in front of her and smiled bitterly. Master, this powder was given to me by Miss Yun. Otherwise, do you think ordinary powder can hurt you? Even now, you still want to separate me from Luor? Bai Su was angry and shouted. I know that no matter what I say, Master, you won't believe me. Jin Yu shook her head. Then what else can I say? Ever since she was saved by Master, her heart was on him. But she also understood that her identity was not worthy of the noble master. Even as a concubine, she was not qualified. But she never asked for anything else. She only hoped to protect Master's safety. That was enough. Unfortunately, no matter how much she sacrificed, Master always turned a blind eye. And Yun Luofeng hated him so much, but Master wanted him so much, that was fine. Who asked Yun Luofeng to have some attractive points on him? She was jealous and sad, but she never stopped Master. She was even willing to do everything to help him. What Jin Yu didn't expect was that the Master would be deceived by others, and she was so distrustful of her for a fake. Then why did she continue to defend herself? Master, I came here today to tell you something. Miss Yun is getting married. Bai Su's body stiffened. He suppressed the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth. What did you say? Impossible, Luor would not lie to me. Jin Yu must have deliberately framed me. If Master doesn't believe me, I will take you to the Jun family, Jin Yu said silently, and if Master wants to take Miss Yun away, I will also help Master. Bai Su clenched his fists tightly. His face was extremely ugly. Master, the poison I gave you can temporarily dissipate your spiritual power, but there is a time limit. You can recover today. In reality, it wasn't that Yun Luofeng hadn't thought of making Bai Su lose her spiritual power forever, but that was simply impossible. Even the medicinal powder that caused Bai Su to temporarily lose his spiritual power had taken a lot of effort to obtain. Based on Bai Su's strength, it was impossible for these powders to sneak up on him. Unfortunately, he had already suffered serious injuries. Coupled with the fact that he had indulged in excessive lust during this period of time, his body was extremely weak. Hence, Jin Yu's sneak attack was successful. Just as Jin Yu finished speaking, Bai Su felt the spiritual power in her body gradually recovering. The feeling of regaining her strength made her feel extremely comfortable. With a bang, she broke free from the rope that bound her body. Brocade. Bai Su jumped up and was already in front of Jin Yu. His slender fingers tightly grabbed Jin Yu's neck, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. He shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Jin Yu closed her eyes and looked like she was facing death calmly. Ever since she was saved by Bai Su and brought back to the Bai family, her life belonged to Bai Su. If her master wanted her to die, then she would definitely not resist. But in the end, Bai Su still let go. Feeling the air filling the tip of her nose again, Jin Yu coughed twice. She covered her neck with her hand and looked up at the handsome and charming man in front of her. Chapter 1748. Scram! Bai Su shouted coldly. From now on, if you appear in front of me again, I will not let you go. Then, he stroked his sleeves and walked out of the cave, disappearing from Jin Yu's sight in the blink of an eye. Jin Yu looked in the direction Bai Su had left with a bitter smile on her face. Master, this is the second time you've been soft on me. The first time, when her master was injured, she took the initiative to offer her body in order to heal her master's injuries. Even when master was furious, he still let her go. This was the second time, she had gone against master's wishes and even schemed against him. According to master's temper, he would have cut her into pieces. But he had still been merciful. But she did not think that master had been soft on her because he had feelings for her. Master had always been tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She had followed him for so many years, he could not possibly be ruthless enough to kill her. After thinking about it, Jin Yu was a little worried about Bai Su going to the Jun family alone, so she hurriedly followed. Jun family. Decorated with lanterns and streamers, the atmosphere was jubilant. There were 3 seats on the main seat. Yun Luo, Jun Lintian, and Old Man Yi sat in the main seats. When he saw Yun Luofeng walk in with Yun Zhao's help, Yun Luo's face was full of relief. He had seen how much Yun Zhao had sacrificed for Yun Luofeng all these years. Now that the two of them had finally gotten married, no one was happier than him. First bow to the heavens and earth, second bow to the parents, the master of ceremonies' voice rang out, and blessings came from all around. Yun Luofeng's face was covered with a wedding veil, so it was impossible to see her face clearly. But when she lowered her head, a corner of her face could be seen. Yun Luofeng, this woman is finally getting married. Nangong Yuni was very excited, as if he was the one getting married and not Yun Luofeng. In this world, the only man who can subdue her is probably the Ghost Emperor. Oh right, Hong Wan, when are you going to marry me? I said that I would be responsible for you. Suddenly, Nangong Yuni turned to Hong Wan. He was no longer afraid of her, but he still spoke carefully, afraid that he would be beaten by this woman again. That's right. Ever since he had arrived at the Jun residence, Hong Wan would often look for trouble and beat him up. She had caused him to lose all his face. But, he liked this violent woman. Ahem. When Hong Ling heard Nangong Yuni's words, she couldn't help but let out 2 dry coughs. She had an embarrassed expression on her face. This stinking brat dared to seduce his own daughter right in front of him. He simply did not put him, his father-in-law, in his eyes. That's not right. When did I become this guy's father-in-law? He had never admitted it. Send it in. At this moment, the master of the ceremony's voice rang out once again. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when a loud bang came from outside the Jun family's residence, causing several of the old men to stand up in an instant. What's going on? Jun Lintian's face darkened. Today was Miss Xiao and Little Yun's big day. Which idiot would dare to make trouble here? Father-in-law, don't worry. Yi Jingxian's eyes darkened and he said in his gentle voice, I'll go out and see what's going on. Even though his voice was as gentle as ever, everyone could still hear the coldness in it. Chapter 1749. Outside the Jun residence. On the spacious road, there were few people. Obviously, the pedestrians who were walking on the street were afraid of being affected by the battle and had already hidden. Jin Yu's body fell from the sky and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth, and her beautiful face was pale. On top of her head, a woman in black stood. This woman raised her eyebrows slightly and looked down at Jin Yu, who had fallen to the ground. You. Why are you here? Jin Yu bit her lips tightly. Wasn't this woman unable to leave the hidden divine mountain? Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked her to cause trouble for Yun Luofeng that day. Qin Luo snorted and slowly descended from the sky. She slowly walked towards Bai Su, her eyes filled with deep affection. Husband, I've finally found you. The moment she saw Qin Luo, Bai Su's heart was at ease. Luoer, why are you here? I'm here to take you back. Qin Luo's smile was very gentle. Even though she had played enough with Bai Su during this time, she still couldn't bear to give up such a handsome and charming man. Moreover, she still liked Bai Su very much. In reality, the imprint that Qin Luo had left in Bai Su's mind also had the effect of locating him. She had also used this location to find him. Unfortunately, in order to be able to leave the hidden God Mountain, she had spent quite a bit of effort, which was why she was only able to find Bai Su now. Luo, aren't you going to get married? Bai Su asked hesitantly. Why did you say that you're here to take me back? Get married? When did you get married? Why didn't I know? Qin Luo was stunned, her eyes full of surprise. Hearing her words, a trace of suspicion flashed in Bai Su's eyes. After all, it was because of the mark in his mind that he didn't think too deeply about it. After saying this, Qin Luo also came back to his senses and glared at Jin Yu. Jin Yu, how dare you to frame me? If I, Yin Luofeng, want to marry, I will only marry Bai Su. Why do you want to discredit me? Jin Yu was stunned. She raised her stunned eyes and looked at Qin Luo with a stunned expression. This woman. She actually called herself Yun Luofeng in front of the Jun residents? Was she stupid? In fact, Qin Luo couldn't be blamed for this. She wasn't from this continent, and she had never stepped out of the hidden God Mountain. Naturally, she didn't know that the Jun family in front of her was Yun Luofeng's family. Moreover, even if she had peeped into Bai Su's memories, she wouldn't have been able to know all of her interpersonal relationships. Therefore, she had dared to impersonate Yun Luofeng in front of the Jun family's door. Husband. Qin Luo smiled sweetly and held Bai Su's arm. Her voice was very delicate. At that time, I heard that Jinyu took you away. I was really scared. I didn't expect that she dared to slander my innocence. I can't marry anyone else. In this life, I only recognize you as my husband. Although she left a mark in Bai Su's mind, and she didn't need to be afraid that Bai Su would go against her will, it didn't mean that she could condone Jinyu's behavior. This woman betrayed her first, and now she dared to yell at her to steal her man. How could Qin Luo tolerate this? Jin Yu looked at Qin Luo's shameless face, and her beautiful eyes flashed. She suddenly shouted loudly, I didn't say anything wrong. Yun Luofeng is already the Ghost Emperor's woman. You. Qin Luo pointed at Jin Yu angrily. If you talk nonsense again, be careful that I tear your mouth. When did I become the Ghost Emperor's woman? It's always been that Ghost Emperor pestering me. I don't care about him at all. That man is cold like an iceberg, without any enthusiasm. How can he compare to my husband's gentleness? Even if he pesters me again, I won't marry a man like him. If you smear me because of jealousy, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 1750. Bai Su frowned slightly and looked at Qin Luo with confusion in his eyes. Why was the Ghost Emperor never as cold as an iceberg to Yun Luofeng in his memory? Instead, he was always enthusiastic. Could it be that there was something wrong with his memory? Bai Su did not get to where he was today because he was stupid. He trusted Qin Luo at first because Qin Luo had tampered with his memory and made him believe that the other person was Yun Luofeng. However, Qin Luo could not change the way Yun Luofeng interacted with others. How could he not know how Yun Xiao treated Yun Luofeng? Why was his son saying that Yun Xiao was cold now? Therefore, Bai Su fell into deep thought. She felt that something was wrong. Qin Luo did not notice Bai Su's strangeness and looked at Jin Yu mockingly. His eyes were full of mockery and his face was full of disdain. Humph. At this moment, a contemptuous voice came from the Jun family's courtyard. I was wondering who was causing trouble in the Jun family. So, you want to slander my son after failing? His brocade robes accentuated the man's tall figure. His originally gentle face was now covered with a layer of frost. My daughter-in-law is so outstanding and you dare to shamelessly say that my son is pestering you? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? How can you let my son pester you? Qin Luo was stunned and his beautiful eyes were full of confusion. Who is this man? What did his words mean? When did I say that his son was pestering me? She clearly said that, the Ghost Emperor? A light flashed in Qin Luo's mind, and she immediately caught it, causing her face to turn slightly pale. Husband, let's go. Damn it, Jin Yu, that little bitch, must have done it on purpose. Of all places, she had to bring Bai Su to the Ghost Emperor and Yun Luofeng's territory. Wait. Bai Su frowned and looked at Qin Luo. He asked in confusion, what is going on between you and the Ghost Emperor? Bai Su knew Yi Jingchen and naturally knew that he was Yun Zhao's stepfather. Now that Yi Jingchen said this, Bai Su naturally thought that Yun Zhao had abandoned Yun Luofeng. Up until now, Bai Su had never doubted Qin Luo's identity. This was the power of her cultivation method. Qin Luo bit his lip as tears flowed down from his eyes. Husband, it's this guy. He doesn't allow me to be with the Ghost Emperor, and now he's forcing her to marry another woman. I don't want to stay here. Let's go. This time, it was Yi Jingchen's turn to be stunned. He knew this woman. She even said that she was against her and Yun Zhao being together and that she was forcing Yun Zhao to marry someone else. After all, Yi Jingchen had no idea that Qin Luo was pretending to be Yun Luofeng. Naturally, he thought that Qin Luo had designs on Yun Zhao and had brought others to cause trouble on the day of the wedding. But, however, he had neglected one point. This woman had called the man beside her husband. She already had a husband, so why did she have to defame her own son? Trying to ruin the marriage of his son and daughter-in-law? Luo, Bai Su's eyes were filled with confusion. You've always called him Yun Zhao. Why have you called him Ghost Emperor now? Qin Luo panicked and hurriedly sensed the imprint in Bai Su's mind. When she felt that the imprint was still there, she heaved a sigh of relief. The Ghost Emperor has abandoned me after being promiscuous. He's not fit for me to call him by his name. Husband, you're the best. Let's go now. This is the Ghost Emperor's wedding, so I don't want others to think that I still have feelings for him. Let's go quickly. Chapter 1751. Only now did she notice that the June residence was decorated with lanterns and banners, and the word Xia was pasted on the door. Needless to say, the main characters of this wedding were Yun Zhao and Yun Luofeng. Qin Luo gritted her teeth at the thought of a man with such a perfect figure marrying another woman. But she was afraid that Yun Luofeng would rush out and expose her true colors in front of Bai Su, so she urged Bai Su to leave quickly. Yi Jingchen was completely enraged. His own son had abandoned her? Yun Zhao, come out right now. Yi Jingchen lost his usual gentleness and immediately shouted angrily. No one knew whether he was angry at Qin Luo or Yun Zhao. In the June residence's main hall, many people were looking around but did not leave. Now that they heard Yi Jingchen's roar, they did not know what was going on and quickly ran out. Yi Jingchen panicked even more. Qin Luo panicked even more. He grabbed Bai Su's hand tightly and said weakly, Husband, I really didn't know that the Ghost Emperor was getting married today. Let's go, Luo, don't be afraid. It's his fault for abandoning you. I won't give up on you. Bai Su patted his hand comfortingly and turned her devilish eyes to the courtyard in front of them. Qin Luo could barely stand straight and his lips were pale. However, when she saw Yun Zhao, who was dressed in a red groom's attire, her eyes instantly lit up. Yun Luofeng did not come. That was great. As long as Yun Luofeng was not here, the mark in Bai Su's mind would not break. What happened? Grandpa Jun and the others hurriedly walked out and said with an ugly expression on their faces. Yi Jingchen searched the crowd and was relieved to see that Yun Luofeng was not there. After all, it was their wedding day. Yi Jingchen did not want to ruin Yun Luofeng's mood and make her worry. It's not convenient for her to come out. Yun Zhao knew what Yi Jingchen was thinking and said softly. In reality, he didn't want Bai Su to see Yun Luofeng, especially on the day of their wedding. Yi Jingchen's expression became better, but he still kept a straight face and asked, What's wrong with this lady? She first said that you were pestering her, and then she said that you abandoned her. Have you ever done such an inhumane thing? Yun Zhao glanced at Qin Luo and pursed her thin lips. I know her. Many of the guests sighed when they heard this. They had all thought that the Ghost Emperor was very serious about matters of the heart, but it turned out that he was nothing more than this. First, he pestered this woman relentlessly, and after getting her, he abandoned her instead of cherishing her. As for Yun Luofeng, it turned out that he had stolen someone else's husband. What are you doing? Hong Wan glanced at Nangong Yuni, who had an ashen expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Don't cause trouble at Feng Er's wedding." Nangong Yuni glared at Hong Wan. Today is Yun Luofeng's wedding day, and these people are actually causing trouble here. I'm going to find them to settle the score. Whether it was Nangong Yuni or Hong Wan, they both believed in Yun Shao. It wasn't that they understood Yun Shao very well, but that they knew Yun Luofeng's foresight. How could a man that Yun Luofeng fancied be weak? Hong Wan pressed down on Nangong Yuni's hand. Since Yun Shao did not ask Feng Er to come out, it means that he has a way to solve this. You just have to wait and watch the show. Compared to the trust that Hong Wan and the others had for Yun Shao, the other people who did not know the situation were full of contempt, but they did not dare to say it because the Jun family members were present. Chapter 1752. Nangong Yuni took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to beat someone up in his heart. In his previous life, he wasn't able to protect Yun Luofeng and couldn't stand by her side to shield her from the wind and rain. In this life, if someone could protect her, he wouldn't allow anyone to destroy her happiness. I do know her. Under everyone's gaze, Yun Shao slowly spoke again. However, she wanted to use a secret technique to trick me. She wanted to tamper with my memory and make me think she was Feng Er. Who knew that my mental strength was stronger than hers? She didn't succeed. Yun Zhao's voice was very pleasant, but it was extremely cold. Unfortunately, he looked at Bai Su and the meaning in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. Yun Shao already said that Qin Luo tricked him and wanted to pretend to be Yun Luofeng but failed. This also proved that the man in front of them was also Yun Luofeng's admirer but was deceived by this woman? You're talking nonsense. Qin Luo stared coldly at Yun Shao. You're just regretting abandoning me after you've used me, so you want to destroy my husband's and my happiness. Let me tell you, you won't succeed. I won't fall for someone like you who likes to pester me. Since Yun Luofeng didn't come out just now, it proved that she couldn't appear at the door. That's why she said such presumptuous words. However, she didn't know that Yun Shao didn't let Yun Luofeng come out because he didn't want her to worry about these things on her big day. So he planned to come out and solve it. Secondly, Yun Luofeng was too beautiful today. He didn't want Bai Su to see her beauty. Yes, Yun Shao was such a petty man. Even though he was vigilant against Chen Yuqing and Ji Zhoutian, he was also friendly to them because they had helped Yun Luofeng a lot. In comparison, Mo Qiansheng and Bai Su's existence made him very uncomfortable. He was already uncomfortable, so why did he let them see his beautiful wife? What's going on? Bai Su frowned and her voice became cold. Jin, you might have framed Yun Luofeng out of jealousy. However, according to the Ghost Emperor's infatuation with Yun Luofeng, would he really abandon her? Truthfully, Bai Su didn't believe it. Even if Yun Luofeng abandoned Yun Shao would never abandon her. Husband, don't listen to these people's nonsense. They are all jealous of you. Let's go. Don't bother with these people. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Qin Luo grabbed Bai Su's hand and tried to walk out. When the crowd heard Yun Zhao's words, they immediately reacted and looked at Qin Luo and Bai Su with eyes full of disdain. As for Yun Luofeng's friends and family, they were all stunned. This was the first time they had seen someone impersonating someone else in front of someone else's house and acting so righteously. Today was truly an eye-opener for them. Yun Shao, suddenly, a voice came from behind the door. It was cold and evil, and it caused Bai Su's body to freeze. Why did you come out? Yun Shao turned her head and looked at the peerless beauty who was slowly walking out from the courtyard. Actually, I can resolve these matters. Compared to the white-clothed woman of the past, Yun Luofeng was now wearing a red wedding dress. She was so beautiful that people forgot to breathe. She never wore any makeup, and she was so beautiful even without any makeup. Now that she had put on a light makeup, she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the #1 beauty of the 7 continents. Yun Shao felt the gasps from the people around him. He frowned and his cold eyes swept over those people. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and many people looked away in fright. Yun Xiao, I know you can resolve this matter, but if someone impersonates me and tarnishes my reputation, how can I not step forward? Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a faint smile. His dark eyes looked at Bai Su in front of him. Bai Su, I didn't think I would meet you in such an occasion. Chapter 1753. Bai Su's expression froze. At this moment, he felt as if something in his mind was shattering, like glass. Yun Luofeng, countless fragments of memories surfaced in Bai Su's mind. His initially blurry face gradually became clear in front of her eyes. Master, Jin Yu got up from the ground with difficulty and looked at Bai Su worriedly. Bai Su's body swayed a few times and his footsteps were a little unsteady. His evil eyes were filled with rage. You dared to scheme against me? He turned towards Qin Luo bit by bit and asked through gritted teeth. The flaw in Qin Luo's cultivation technique was that it would collapse if she met the person she was impersonating. Hence, the moment Yun Luofeng appeared, Bai Su's memories were all retrieved. He also understood what was going on. The funny thing was that he did not even trust the maidservant who had been by his side for so many years. Instead, he trusted this woman. I'm going to kill you. Bai Su attacked Qin Luo angrily while she was still in a daze. The rage in her eyes was so intense that it seemed as if it could burn the entire world. It was one thing for Qin Luo to scheme against him, however, when he thought of all the times he had spent with Qin Luo in bed over the past few days, he felt a nauseous feeling in his heart. That feeling was even worse than swallowing a fly. Humph. Qin Luo gradually turned around. When she saw Bai Su's attack, she scoffed coldly and retreated. Bai Su, to think that I liked you so much and even gave myself to you. Now, you actually want to kill me? How can I let you do as you wish? He was just a man. Even though she liked him, she would never allow him to act presumptuously over her head. If it wasn't for the fact that her strength was restricted, perhaps everyone here would have been annihilated by now. Boom. Bai Su's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, and Qin Luo had a hard time dodging them. She bit her lip and said expressionlessly, Bai Su, you're so cruel to me. Don't blame me for not remembering our past relationship. After saying that, Qin Luo dodged Bai Su's attack with a flicker. She quickly took out a yellow talisman paper and forced a drop of blood from the tip of her finger onto the talisman paper. Her captivating red lips opened slightly as she muttered something. Then, with a bang, the yellow talisman immediately exploded. It's a sealing talisman. Jun Lintian was more knowledgeable than the others, so he could not help but exclaim when he saw the talisman. This woman has the legendary sealing talisman? A sealing talisman? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Jun Lintian. It is said that there is an extremely powerful spirit beast sealed within the talisman paper. However, I have only heard of such a thing, but I have never seen it before. I never thought that I would see it here. As soon as Jun Lintian finished speaking, a huge figure appeared in front of Qin Luo. It was a huge flaming bull with 2 horns on its head. Its blood-red eyes were completely red, and its face was ferocious. Its 4 hooves were constantly rubbing against the ground. Qin Luo's expression did not look too good. Her body swayed a few times but she insisted on standing up. Purgatory Blood Bull, don't let anyone here go. She raised her chin. Even though her face was pale, her expression was still arrogant. In reality, Qin Luo was not feeling good at the moment. There was a price to pay for breaking the seal. The spiritual beast inside the sealing talisman paper would absorb half of her soul to help it break the seal. Chapter 1754. But since she had helped him break the seal with her own spiritual energy, from now on, this purgatory blood bull would definitely obey her every command. The reason why she did not take out the sealing talisman back then was because she had hidden it away and did not bring it with her. Otherwise, she would have made it so that these people could not leave the hidden divine mountain that day. Moo! The blood bull roared angrily and charged towards Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng. Blood bull, kill that bitch Yun Luofeng first. When Qin Luo saw that the blood cow was charging towards Yun Shao, he anxiously shouted, "As for this ghost emperor, you must not hurt his face. I still have to return to the Hidden God Mountain later. The many years of loneliness in the Hidden God Mountain is too unbearable." What she meant was that she wanted to bring Yun Shao back to the vault of the sacred mountain to relieve her of her loneliness. The blood bull obeyed Qin Luo and charged towards Yun Luofeng. Its horns were as red as flames and extremely sharp. "Watch out." Yun Shao raised her hand and shielded Yun Luofeng in her arms. She tilted her body and dodged the blood bull's charge. She frowned as she stared at the rampaging blood bull. The blood bull was enraged when he saw that the human had dodged his charge. He stomped on the ground a few times, then turned around again and charged towards Yun Luofeng. "Men, let's kill this blood cow together." Jun Lintian was enraged and drew his sword. The others also took out their weapons and fought against the blood bull. They hadn't forgotten what Qin Luo had just said. She was talking about killing everyone here. Moo! The blood bull's eyes turned even redder as if he had gone mad. He charged towards those who dared to stop him. "Damn it, I have to end this battle as soon as possible. If the Qin family finds out that this talisman is in my hands." Qin Luo's eyes flashed with anxiety. That's right, she had stolen this talisman. Although she was only a collateral relative of the Qin family, she was extremely talented. She had once been chosen by a young lady from the main family to accompany her. She had taken the opportunity to steal the talisman from that young lady. Fortunately, this young lady from the direct line of descent remembered their old friendship. In addition, she did not admit to stealing, so she let her life go, sealed her power, and locked her up in this desolate place. Now, she had only taken a risk and took out the talisman, intending to end this battle after the Qin family found out about this. Even when she was able to leave the Hidden God Mountain, she had to use a doppelganger technique. In reality, her body was still hidden within the mountain. Of course, this kind of doppelganger technique required her to pay a huge price. It was estimated that she would not be able to recover for a period of time. At the thought of this, Qin Luo's eyes flashed and his icy gaze turned towards Yun Luofeng, who was being protected by Yun Shao. The corners of his lips curled into an icy smile. "I only need to kill you. As for the others, I can slowly deal with them in the future." Whoosh! Just as everyone was dealing with blood cow, Qin Luo's body turned into a sharp sword and shot towards Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng raised her head and saw Qin Luo walking towards her. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. If this had happened before her breakthrough, she might not have been able to face Qin Luo. Now, however, she was 100% confident that she could defeat him. However, just as she was about to calmly face Qin Luo, a figure appeared in front of her at lightning speed and blocked that fatal attack for her. Chapter 1755. Pfft! Qin Luo's palm was like a sharp sword as it pierced through the chest of the person in front of him. Fresh blood bloomed on her chest like a seductive rose and gradually dyed her clothes red. Yun Luofeng looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and shock flashed across his eyes. Perhaps he did not understand why she would protect him at a time like this. Bang! Jin Yu's body fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. She spat out a steady stream of blood and her beautiful face had long been covered in fresh blood. "Miss Yun, you are the person that Master wants to protect. As Master's subordinate, it is only right for me to protect the person that he wants to protect." Her voice was very weak, but her beautiful eyes were abnormally firm. "All these years, Master has caused you a lot of trouble and even wanted you, but he has never hurt you. The person he has hurt has always been Yun Shao. The person he hates, I will kill for him even if I have to sacrifice my life. The person that he wants to protect, I will do everything I can to protect for him. This is my life's mission." These words seemed to have exhausted all of her strength, causing her eyelids to tremble and slowly close. The moment she closed her eyes, a scene from the past appeared in her mind once again. On the land where the flames of war were raging, she lay helplessly next to her parents' bodies. A pair of fair and slender hands stretched out in front of her. The youth's seductive voice rang in her ears like a day ago. Follow me and I will give you a bright future. You only need to sell your life to me. My life was given by Master. Now, it can be said that I have returned it to Master. Jin Yu said this last sentence to Bai Su. However, after she had finished speaking, her eyelids had already closed completely. Her arm fell to the ground and fresh blood covered the ground beneath her. Damned slut, how dare you stop me from killing someone? I will grind your bones to ashes first. Qin Luo's expression was malevolent. He raised his hand and flames poured down, about to cover Jin Yu's body. At this moment, her hand was grabbed by a strong arm and the flames on her hand were extinguished. You want to kill me? The woman gently raised the corner of her lips and said in a cold and stern voice, I'm afraid that even your original body doesn't have this kind of strength, let alone a mere clone. Qin Luo panicked. How could this woman see that he was just a clone? Boom! Murderous aura surged from Yun Luofeng's body. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her red wedding clothes fluttered in the wind. Bai Su looked at Jin Yu who was lying in a pool of blood from afar. His pupils gradually narrowed and he clenched his fists tightly. His expression could not be seen on his devilishly handsome face. Yun Luofeng. Bai Su raised her head and stared quietly at Yun Luofeng, who was standing in front of Qin Luo. In this life, you and the Ghost Emperor are the most difficult opponents I have ever met. I want you by all means possible, not only because your abilities can help me, but also because you are the most powerful woman I have ever seen. Just like how beauties adore heroes, men would also have a good impression of powerful women. However, this was only a good impression. If there is a next life, I hope to be friends with you. Or perhaps it would be good to have an opponent who sympathizes with me. Bai Su smiled. Qin Luo hurt me too much and lied to me. He also killed Jin Yu. So, her enemy should be me. I know that this is only her clone, but if her clone is destroyed, she will also be seriously injured. Chapter 1756. Yun Luofeng looked at Bai Su quietly. She did not say anything, but she already understood what was going on. I know you have the strength to protect these people, so you can take them to a safe place. After Bai Su finished speaking, he gradually walked towards Jin Yu's body. He slowly squatted down and picked up the woman's body from the ground. A look of guilt flashed across his handsome face. Jin Yu, although you are only my maid, you have always been by my side all these years. This was also why, no matter what Jin Yu did wrong, he could not bear to kill her. Back then, in the Long Shao mainland, he could give up on the Bai family because the Bai family had only been using him. In this world, only Jin Yu would treat him sincerely, so, I will definitely avenge you. What I owe you in this life, I will make it up to you in my next life. In his arms, the woman's fine black hair fell to the ground. Her beautiful face was pale and colorless as she lay silently in his arms. Yun Luofeng stared at Bai Su's back. If this is your choice, then these people, I will leave them to you. Yun girl? Grandpa Jun and the others were extremely surprised and looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. Forget about how Yun Luofeng could move them to a safe place. How could Bai Su face Xuanyo and Qin Luo at the same time? This Xuanyo was not a spiritual beast that could exist on this mainland. It was too powerful. How could Bai Su defeat it? Yin Xiao did not say anything. After using her attack to push Xuanyo back 2 steps, she walked to Yun Luofeng's side. He was like a god of war, standing guard by her side. In fact, he had seen Qin Luo's attack on Yun Luofeng. The reason why he did not act was because he trusted Yun Luofeng. He believed that Qin Luo would not be able to hurt Yun Luofeng. Let's go. Yun Luofeng looked at Bai Su one last time and waved his hand. Everyone only saw a blur, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a paradise. Grandpa Jun was a little dumbfounded as he looked at the scene before him. Yun girl, what is this place? This is a formation. Yun Luofeng pursed his thin lips. This formation had been broken because of Mo Qianqing's departure. She had followed the method that Zhu Qian had left behind and restored it yesterday. Furthermore, she had left the azure wings as the core of the formation to maintain the balance of the formation. Boom! At this moment, an intense explosion suddenly rang out. Even Yun Luofeng, who was in the middle of the formation, could feel the spatial fluctuations. Self-destruct? Yun Luofeng's expression changed. He had not expected Bai Su to use such a method to break off relations. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's mind was in a daze. Perhaps she was recalling the first time she met Bai Su. Suddenly, a hand grasped Yun Luofeng's hand. After feeling the man's slight grip, Yun Luofeng turned to look at the man beside him. What happened? Are you feeling heartache? Yun Xiao was a little nervous. He could be called selfish, but he definitely did not want Yun Luofeng to remember Bai Su. Yes, I feel heartache, Yun Luofeng sighed. He directly used self-destruct, which means that the entire Jun family has been razed to the ground. The bridal chamber that we had painstakingly decorated has also been destroyed. It must be known that in order to let him get married in style, Grandpa Jun and the others had spent a lot of time. Now that it had been destroyed, how could she not feel heartache? Chapter 1757. Yun Luofeng suddenly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes staring fixedly at the man in front of him. This time, it was indeed Bai Su who helped us. If he had not self-destructed, I'm afraid that it would not have been so easy to subdue that blood cow. Furthermore, all these years, he has never thought of killing me and has never used my family to threaten me. However, Yun Luofeng paused. I will never forget that it was him who caused you to dig out your heart and take your blood. Even if he used his life to end this sin, I will never forgive him. She had always been selfish. She had always cared about the people around her. So what if Bai Su had asked them to hide at the last moment? If it had not been for him, Yun Xiao would not have had to face such a life-threatening situation. Now, whenever she thought of the scene of Yun Xiao digging out his heart and taking his blood, her heart would wrench in pain. Yun Xiao, this kind of ending is actually the best. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips and stretched out his arms to embrace Yun Xiao's body. In this life, having you by my side is enough. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng and was silent for a moment. In the end, she still told him about that matter. Do you still remember the little boy you once met who you named Wu? Yun Luofeng was stunned and raised his head to look at Yun Xiao in astonishment. You know him? Yun Xiao nodded. After Bai Su was injured, he shrank into the size of a child. If I'm not wrong, that little boy was Bai Su. In reality, this matter had been told to Yun Xiao by Xiao Mo a few days ago. He had guessed the other's identity immediately. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng was very vigilant against Wu and did not give him a chance to get close. Otherwise, no one knew what Bai Su would do. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips. I had already guessed it at the time. Other than Bai Su, who else would come to her side with an ulterior motive? Yun Xiao smiled. His wife was so intelligent that no matter how Bai Su tried to hide, he could not hide from her eyes. I'm really lucky to have met you. The man raised his large hand and rubbed Yun Luofeng's head. His eyes were filled with warmth and the curve of his lips was so beautiful. Hidden Divine Mountain. Inside the palace, the woman was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She suddenly opened her eyes and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Damn you, Bai Su. After so many days of affection, you're actually willing to treat me like this? Their breakup was ruined, and she was seriously injured. More importantly, the blood cow was also badly mutilated. She had betrayed the Qin family for the sake of this blood cow and was locked up in this godforsaken place. Now, he had failed at the last step. Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao, I will never let you off. She slammed her fists on the ground and roared angrily with a hideous look in her eyes. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. At this moment, an arrogant voice came from outside the palace. Qin Luo was shocked. He hurriedly raised his head and saw a blue-robed man walking in from outside the hall. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at Qin Luo, who was sitting on the ground. Who are you? Qin Luo's face was pale as he asked through gritted teeth. The blue-robed man sneered, You want to kill my master and mistress, but have you ever asked for the opinion of our dragon clan? This time, I'm here to kill you on my master's orders. Dragon clan? You're a member of the ancestral dragon clan? Qin Luo's eyes widened in shock. He then shook his head. No, you're just an ordinary dragon. You're not a member of the ancestral dragon clan. On the contrary, the little bug-like dragon that Yun Xiao brought with him last time had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Chapter 1758. Ancestral dragon? The blue-robed man's pupils suddenly shrank. What do you know? Ancestral dragon? Is it related to the great ancestor? Qin Luo sneered. Why should I tell you? You only need to know that I am from the Qin family of the imperial city. If you kill me, the Qin family will never let you go. The Qin family of the imperial city? There was such a place in the 7 continents? The blue-robed man frowned. After a long time, he loosened his brows and flashed to Qin Luo's side. His big hand tightly grasped her neck. What do you mean by that? Tell me clearly. Qin Luo laughed. During this time, I have used my doppelganger to go out and explore the 7 continents. I found that the 7 continents are really big. Under the 7 continents, there is the Wuhui continent and the Roaring Dragon continent. The blue-robed man did not speak, but his hand tightened slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In comparison, the place I am in is very small. I am afraid it is not even half the size of the 7 continents. But what can we do? For the people of our small space, the 7 continents are just a place where even birds don't shit. It is so weak that people disdain it. The blue-robed man's eyes darkened. In the 7 continents, there is a small space that we don't know about? Woman, you better tell me what I want to know. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Humph. Qin Luo sneered. Do you know about elixirs? Oh, by the way, in a place where even birds don't shit, you don't know about elixirs. Look at the medicinal herbs you produce. There is no spiritual energy at all. Even dogs don't eat those things. How can they be regarded as medicinal herbs? Real medicinal herbs need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Only then can they be born as elixirs. Only then can they cure all kinds of diseases. With the thin spiritual energy of the 7 continents, it is impossible for medicinal herbs to be produced. The blue-robed man's brows furrowed tighter. It seems that you are unwilling to tell me what I want to know. In that case, I will take you back to see master and mistress. Qin Luo closed her eyes and simply did not look at the blue-robed man. There was a look of contempt on her face. It was as if she did not take the blue-robed man seriously. The Jun family's crisis had been averted, but the entire family had been razed to the ground. Yun Luofeng had originally planned to collect Bai Su and Jin Yu's corpses, but he discovered that not even their bones were left behind. It was as if they had turned into ashes and dissipated within this continent. Luckily, the East continent was not too far from the Ling continent. Hence, Hong Ling invited everyone to the East continent as guests. In the Eastern continent prefecture, the night was like a curtain. After everyone had fallen asleep, Yun Luofeng pulled Yun Zhao's hand and said mysteriously, Yun Xiao, I'll bring you somewhere. This time, without waiting for Yun Zhao's consent, Yun Luofeng brought him into the divine grimoire space. Because Yun Luofeng's level had increased, the divine grimoire space was completely different from before. In the divine grimoire space, there was no distinction between day and night. All day long, there were blue skies and white clouds. The originally narrow and barren space was now filled with fields, and these fields were filled with countless medicinal herbs. Yin Xiao was not a doctor and could also feel the vigorous spiritual energy in these medicinal herbs. Yin Xiao, I have been in this world for 10 years. In these 10 years, you are the only person who has entered my divine grimoire space. Yun Luofeng turned his head and faced Yun Xiao. He said slowly, I have hidden it from you for so many years. Have you ever been angry at me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Luofeng crashed into a spacious chest. Chapter 1759. The man's body was full of warmth, and it warmed her heart. I'm very happy. Yun Zhao's hoarse voice sounded in Yun Luofeng's ears. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng raised his head in surprise and looked at the man's handsome face. Yun Xiao rubbed his chin against her head. I'm very happy that you've exposed your greatest secret to me. When she saw this field, Yun Xiao already understood why Yun Luofeng needed to collect so many medicinal herbs. This was her greatest secret. At this moment, she was willing to share all her secrets with him. How could he not be happy? Actually, I wanted to bring you to this place a long time ago. Yun Luofeng's lips curled. It's just that in the past, besides spirit beasts and me, other living beings could not enter this space. It was only after I broke through to high-level Saint Monarch that little Mo told me that I could bring others in. Little Mo? Yun Xiao frowned. Yun Luofeng smiled. I haven't told you Little Mo's identity yet. Little Mo is the artifact spirit of the divine grimoire space, and also a living being born from the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space. In the future, I'll help you. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng seriously. What? Yun Luofeng was stunned and looked at Yun Xiao in surprise. These medicinal herbs were all picked by you? Yun Xiao's eyes showed a trace of heartache. In the future, I'll help you. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng suddenly realized that Yun Xiao didn't want her to work too hard and wanted to take on the hard work of picking and planting medicinal herbs. Yun Xiao, you've misunderstood. These medicinal herbs were all planted by little Mo. I'm just giving them to him. Yun Luofeng looked around and looked at an ancient tree in the center of the medicinal field. Also, that is the tree of life. The fruit of life it bears can prolong life. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng pulled Yun Xiao towards the tree of life. Bai Xiao was originally absorbing the spiritual energy in the space, but when she saw Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walking over, her clear eyes flashed with joy. Master, you're here? The spiritual energy in your space is too rich. I recently bore 2 more fruits. After saying this, Bai Xiao took out the fruit of life as if she was presenting a treasure, and handed it to Yun Luofeng with a smile. Perhaps it was the benefits brought to her by the space that made her previous arrogance disappear, and she obediently followed Yun Luofeng's orders. That's right. I'll take these 2 fruits of life. Yun Luofeng bluntly accepted the fruit of life. After a long time, she thought for a moment, then took out the seed that Qin Yuqing had given her. Bai Xiao, can you tell what seed this is? Bai Xiao was stunned. She looked at the red fruit in Yun Luofeng's hand and frowned. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something and her body shook. It's the seed of the ambergris tree. Dragon saliva fruit? Yun Luofeng frowned and asked in a low voice, what is this dragon saliva tree? Master, this dragon saliva tree is good stuff. Bai Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement. It is said that this dragon saliva tree was cultivated by a powerful dragon with all its blood essence. You should know what a dragon's blood essence is, let alone a dragon saliva fruit that was cultivated with all its blood essence. Initially, this dragon didn't have long to live. Before its death, it nurtured this seed, intending to benefit its descendants. Who could have known that no one in the dragon tribe would be able to grow this dragon saliva fruit? Even the human experts were unable to do so. Chapter 1760. Yun Luofeng's eyes brightened. How could something from the dragon clan be bad? Just like the dragon blood that Bai Xiao had given her, the benefits it brought her were boundless. Not only did it improve her physical fitness, but it also allowed her to summon a dragon scale armor to defend herself. It was a pity, apart from the time she used the dragon scale armor at Xianqing sect, she had not had the chance to use it in the following days. It wasn't that she didn't want to use the dragon scale armor at Hidden God Mountain, but because of the huge difference in strength, it was useless. And the reason why she was so calm when Qin Luo ambushed her at the Jun family was also because of the dragon scale armor. But, what Yun Luofeng didn't understand was that when she consumed the dragon blood, she suffered great pain. Why did she not feel much when the little worm gave her the blood essence? What are the effects of cultivating the dragon saliva tree? This was what Yun Luofeng was most concerned about. Bai Xiao shook her head. I don't know how you got the seed of the dragon saliva tree, but because no one has ever been able to cultivate it, I don't know what its effects are. I only know that if you can consume the dragon saliva fruit, it will definitely bring great benefits to your cultivation. I understand. Yun Luofeng held the seed and turned to look at Yun Xiao. Let's plant this seed first and see if it can be cultivated. Okay. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng gently. Give it to me, I'll do it. How could he bear to let her do this kind of work? Yun Luofeng didn't force it and handed the seed to Yun Xiao. However, when Yun Xiao buried the seed deep in the ground, there was nothing special about it. The ambergris tree is probably waiting for some kind of opportunity just like the sapling. Back then, she accidentally cut her hand and let her blood flow onto the sapling, causing it to germinate. Mother. Just as they were talking about the sapling, he ran out of nowhere and tried to hug Yun Luofeng with both hands, but Yun Xiao lifted him up with one hand and threw him into a field at the side. Daddy is so stingy. The sapling pouted and said unhappily. Back then, the little tree was only a 5-year-old child, so Yun Xiao could ignore his behavior. But now, ever since he received the inheritance, he had instantly grown into a teenager. Therefore, how could Yun Xiao allow him to get close to Yun Luofeng? Looking at this face that was similar to Yun Xiao's but clearly much more immature, Yun Luofeng laughed softly. Xiao Shu, do you know how to nurture a dragon saliva tree? A hint of pride flashed in the sapling's eyes. I definitely know. It's very simple. In addition to providing a large amount of spiritual energy, the urine of the little worm that Dad contracted will do. Bug pea? Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Was it that simple to cultivate the ambergris tree? Dragon pea was enough? It was no wonder that no one could cultivate it. The dragon clan was very respectful to the ambergris tree. How could they bear to water it with their urine? The little worm is still in hibernation. I wonder if the people of the dragon clan can do it? No, absolutely not. The sapling hurriedly shook its head. They're different from little worm. That's just an ordinary dragon. Little worm is the ancestral dragon. Only the ancestral dragon's urine will work. Ancestral dragon? Yun Luofeng was stunned. He only knew that the dragon clan called little worm ancestor. Could it be that the dragon clan was divided into ancestral dragons and ordinary dragons? This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Chapter 1761. Someone's here. Yun Luofeng's expression changed. He grabbed Yun Zhao's hand and said, "Let's leave this place first." With a thought, the two of them returned to the room. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Master, I've brought that woman back. Come in." Yun Zhao's voice was low and hoarse. It gradually rang out in the silent night. The door was pushed open. Long Shi walked in with a woman in his hand. His blue robe fluttered in the night wind. With a wave of his hand, he threw the woman on the ground. Qin Luo coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was rather limp, as if she could not exert much strength. Her eyes were filled with viciousness when she looked at Yun Luofeng. She seems to be unable to leave Mount Hidden God. What method did you use to bring her out? Yun Luofeng raised his brows and asked. Long Shi glanced at Qin Luo in disgust. It's very simple. I crippled this woman and she will naturally be able to leave. Qin Luo was imprisoned on Mount Hidden God. Under normal circumstances, she could not leave this mountain range. Otherwise, she would not have used her cloning technique to find Bai Su. However, there was another way to make her leave. That was to make her a good-for-nothing. There was a formation on Qin Luo's body. That was why she was imprisoned in that place. However, the formation only worked on spiritualists. Since she was already a good-for-nothing, the formation was naturally broken. I told you to kill her. Yun Zhao's cold eyes looked at Long Shi. Why did you bring her back? Long Shi shuddered involuntarily when Yun Zhao's gaze landed on him. He hurriedly explained himself. Master, mistress, this woman mentioned that there is a mysterious space in the 7 continents. Hence, I had specially brought her out to await master and mistress's decision. Mysterious space? Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin and smiled as he looked down at Qin Luo, who was lying on the ground. You should know what I want to know. Qin Luo gritted his teeth. I will not tell you. Is that so? Yun Luofeng raised his brows with a faint smile. Then, you would rather die than confess. Humph, Qin Luo snorted and turned his head away, refusing to look at Yun Luofeng. She would rather die than do as these people wished. Milk tea. Yun Luofeng ignored Qin Luo. He instructed indifferently, you are probably hungry. I will leave this person to you. Whoosh. As soon as Yun Luofeng finished speaking, countless gold-seeking mice appeared in the room. However, the eyes of these gold-seeking mice were full of resentment. Even if they were hungry, they wouldn't eat humans. Unfortunately, these gold-seeking mice's sorrowful eyes turned into greed in Qin Luo's eyes. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. What do you want? What are you doing? Don't you know? Yun Luofeng chuckled, I've never liked to waste time. Since long she brought you back from the hidden god mountain, he must have wasted a lot of time. So, how could I let you become useless? It just so happens that these gold-seeking mice of mine haven't eaten for a long time, so I gave you to them as a reward. The gold-seeking mice's eyes became even more resentful. They had just enjoyed the spiritual medicine of the divine grimoire space not long ago. How did it become food to their master? Moreover, other than spiritual medicine, they couldn't eat anything else. Chapter 1762. Even so, the gold-seeking mice would not tear down Yun Luofeng's stage. They all looked at Qin Luo and bared their sharp teeth, their eyes filled with malevolence. Yun Luofeng, you vicious woman. People like you will definitely go to hell. Qin Luo screamed, his body trembling. Thank you for the compliment. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips. I also want to know what hell is like. If I'm lucky enough to enter hell, it will be my honor. Qin Luo's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't everyone terrified of hell? Why did this woman make it sound like a good thing? But Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. Even if I can really enter hell, you won't be able to see it because my gold-seeking mice are extremely hungry. Soon, you will become their food. Do you know what it feels like to be eaten by a gold-seeking mouse? Their teeth are very sharp and can tear off your flesh in one bite. Unfortunately, their mouths are small and their stomachs are small. I'm afraid you won't die immediately. With every word Yun Luofeng said, Qin Luo's body trembled a little and the fear in his eyes intensified. No, you can't do this to me. I'll tell you everything. Qin Luo was already scared out of his wits. He knew that this woman would definitely do what she said. In these 7 continents, there's actually another space. Qin Luo bit his lip. That space is called Spirit God Continent. Spirit God Continent? Yun Luofeng frowned and a trace of contemplation flashed across his eyes. I was wondering why there hadn't been any deities in the continent for so many years. Little Mo had appeared beside Yun Luofeng out of nowhere. A trace of understanding flashed across her clear eyes. 10,000 years ago, this world wasn't divided into so many continents. Whether it was the Roaring Dragon Continent, the Soulless Continent or the 7 continents, they were all called Spirit God Continent. Hearing Little Mo's words, Qin Luo's face carried a sarcastic smile. Spirit God Continent? Only the place we're in is worthy of being called Spirit God Continent. As for the place you are in, do you know what we call it? We call it the Abandoned Land. What did such a remote place have to do with the Spirit God Continent? Ignorant. Little Mo sneered, if I'm not wrong, someone divided the Spirit God Continent and opened up a small space. That's why no one knows of the Spirit God Continent's existence. Little Mo paused for a moment before continuing. As for why the spiritual energy in these 3 areas of the 7 continents is so thin that not even a single spirit herb can grow, it's probably because the person who created the space also absorbed all the spiritual energy into the spirit god space, causing the others on the continent to be unable to become gods. Spirit herbs required a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no spirit herbs left after so many years. All of the herbs were very ordinary and couldn't compare to the herbs in Yun Luofeng's space. Qin Luo was about to retort when little Mo mocked her for being ignorant, but she didn't expect him to mention spiritual herbs. Her eyes widened in shock. You know about elixirs? There were actually people who knew about elixirs in this desolate place? Spiritual medicine, are you talking about this kind? At this moment, Yun Luofeng stretched out her hand, and a purple flower appeared in her hand. Purple spirit flower? Qin Luo's heart trembled. Spiritual medicine, this is indeed a spiritual medicine. You actually have a spiritual herb. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Chapter 1763. Her face was deathly pale, her face full of fear. Even though there were spiritual herbs in Spirit God continent, they were all extremely precious and required hundreds of years to mature. Plus, this purple spirit flower was even better than the ones she saw in the auction. Where is that space? Yun Luofeng slowly approached Qin Luo and asked coldly. She originally thought that the 7 continents were the strongest continents. She didn't expect that there was a mysterious space within the 7 continents. Compared to Spirit God continent, she wanted to know whose masterpiece it was. How could the strength of a person who could open up a space be described as valiant? I don't know. Qin Luo bit her lips. I only know that if you spread the news that Ghost Emperor has reached half-step void realm, someone will come looking for you. Other than that, you can't go to Spirit God continent? Yes. The spiritual energy in Spirit God continent is also precious. The experts there won't waste spiritual energy on outsiders unless you reach half-step void realm. If they think you're valuable, they'll come and take you away. Half-step void realm is the weakest person in Spirit God continent? Yun Luofeng continued to ask. No. Qin Luo shook his head. There are people born and raised in the Spirit God continent. Of course, those people have to start growing from the weakest. However, I can say that the number of people who have half a step into the void realm in this place can be counted on one hand. In the Spirit God continent, there are countless of them. Yun Luofeng's heart sank. She really wanted to understand Spirit God continent. However, if someone came looking for her, she would be in a passive position. This was something she didn't want to happen. If I don't let anyone know that Yun Shao is half-step void realm, will no one be able to find me? Qin Luo looked at Yun Luofeng. Half-step void realm is only a part of God's spirit. When you reach God's spirit, it will cause a phenomenon. At that time, the people there will definitely notice. At this point, Qin Luo sneered. However, the spiritual energy in your place is too thin. It's impossible for anyone to reach God's spirit. So, you can stay here for the rest of your lives. But, let me go. Let you go? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled at Qin Luo. Qin Luo's eyes darkened when she looked at him. I'm from the Qin clan of the Spirit God continent. If I die, the Qin clan will definitely know. When that happens, you'll be in trouble. Do you really think that people from the Spirit God continent will come? Yun Luofeng chuckled. If my guess is correct, under normal circumstances, the people of the Spirit God continent are not allowed to come to the outside world. Qin Luo's heart trembled, and he quickly looked up at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. This woman actually knew everything? Not bad. It was true that the people of the Spirit God continent could not casually come to this continent. The reason why she was imprisoned here was because a dozen years ago, the news of a half-step void realm woman was spread out. Spirit God continent sent people to capture her. At that time, the Qin clan also volunteered to come. Yes. The people of the Spirit God continent would never be polite to outsiders. It was impossible for them to ask you to enter the Spirit God continent with good intentions. Instead, they would directly send people to take you away without giving you any chance to resist. She still remembered that the force that cultivated the half-step Void Realm woman seemed to be from the Holy Lady clan. That woman was still being held by the Qin clan. Chapter 1764. As for why the Qin clan would bravely come here, there was a reason. Spirit God Continent had a rule that whoever captured a half-step into the Void Realm would belong to that clan. The Qin clan knew in advance that the one who broke through to the Void Realm was a young woman. Not only was she beautiful, her future was limitless. Plus, the Qin clan's young master was lustful. Of course, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Long Shi, Yun Luofeng lifted his head to look at Long Shi. This woman is useless. Get rid of her. Her cold voice brought Qin Luo back to his senses, and a look of panic flashed across his face. You really want to kill me? If you kill me, the Qin clan will not let you go. Although Qin Luo looked like she was ready to die, in reality, she was more afraid of death than anyone else. At that time, she only pretended to be calm because she had the information that Yun Luofeng wanted. Who would have thought that this woman was cruel enough to threaten her with the golden seeking rat? Now, after getting the information she wanted, she turned her back on her. Yes, mistress. Long Shi lifted Qin Luo and turned to walk out of the door. To get rid of this woman, it was better to go somewhere far away. She didn't want to taint the place where master and mistress lived. After Qin Luo was taken away, the room became quiet. Yun Luofeng turned to Little Mo. Little Mo, what do you think of Spirit God Continent? Master, Little Mo pondered, do you remember the people who chased after Zhu Qian 1,000 years ago? Is it related to Spirit God Continent? Yun Luofeng frowned. I don't know. I asked Ji Jiutian about it. 1,000 years ago, there were gods on this continent. However, Ji Jiutian was seriously injured and went into seclusion for a long time. When he came out, the continent changed. Not only did all the experts disappear, even the spirit qi became very thin. This is also the reason why Ji Jiutian's strength regressed and his injuries have not recovered yet. That's right. Little Mo lifted her head and looked at Yun Luofeng. The people who chased after Zhu Qian also disappeared at that time. I suspect that they also entered Spirit God Continent. Powerful people could live for 1,000 years without a problem. Moreover, wasn't Ji Jiutian an old monster who had lived for 1,000 years? Moreover. Little Mo paused for a moment before she continued, the continent must have changed a lot when Ji Jiutian was in seclusion. Otherwise, those experts wouldn't have disappeared and another space has been opened up. Ji Jiutian told you all this? Little Mo nodded. I'm curious as to why there aren't any gods on this continent, so I asked him a few questions. Little Mo, we'll talk about these things after I see Zhu Qian. Yun Luofeng's eyebrows gradually relaxed. Previously, I promised Master that I would go to West Spirit Academy. Now that there's nothing else, I should go as promised. A pair of hands reached out from behind Yun Luofeng and pulled her into an embrace. The man's warm embrace made Yun Luofeng's heart slowly calm down. His whole body was filled with warmth. No matter what happens, I won't let you suffer any harm. Yun Xiao also felt that this spirit god continent was perhaps the greatest enemy they had ever encountered in their lives. But no matter what, he would protect her safety. He would never let her come to any harm. Yun Xiao, with you here, I'm not afraid of anything. She had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. Now that Yun Xiao was by her side, she could not be afraid of anyone. So what if it was Spirit God Continent? Those who offend her will be punished no matter how far away they are. Chapter 1765. Yun Xiao, I want to leave tomorrow to find Ji Jiutian. Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment, perhaps, he knows something. All right. Yun Xiao curled his lips, I'll accompany you. He never said anything unnecessary. Just saying I'll accompany you was enough. West Spirit Academy was heavily guarded. The students did not know what was going on, but they felt that West Spirit Academy had not been peaceful recently. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Look, there's actually such a good-looking person in our academy. The crowd looked towards the direction of the voice, and in an instant, gasps could be heard. The handsome man and beautiful woman walking over from afar were like characters from a painting. They were so compatible and harmonious. The woman was dressed in plain white, fluttering like snow. She was devastatingly beautiful and unparalleled. The man was handsome and cold. His hawk-like eyes were filled with tenderness only when he looked at the woman beside him. At this moment, a phrase popped up in everyone's mind: a match made in heaven, a man of steel and tenderness. Such a pair of lovers must be extremely loving. It was as if only the people beside them could enter their eyes. Where did they come from? Why have I never seen them before? A woman stared at Yun Xiao with eyes full of love. She was somewhat envious of the woman standing beside Yun Xiao. If this man were to look at her with such a gentle gaze, so what if she died? I'm not sure. Why don't you go ask? Someone poked the woman with eyes full of love and egged her on. Forget it. Can't you see that this man already has a wife? And such a beautiful wife at that. Why should I ask for trouble? It was obvious that this woman knew her place. She admired Yun Xiao's beauty, but she would not try to strike up a conversation. Otherwise, she would embarrass herself. Of course, not everyone thought the same as this woman. From the crowd, a woman dressed in light green leisurely walked out. She was like a willow branch facing the wind, full of tenderness. Her cheeks were dyed red as she walked shyly to Yun Xiao. Sir, are you a new student recruited by the academy this year? If there's anything you need to know, I can. Yun Xiao did not even look at the green-clothed woman, and directly walked past her. The girl in green was dumbfounded. Even if she wasn't as beautiful as the man's wife, she was still one of the top 10 beauties in West Spirit Academy. How could she just walk right past her? Could it be that she didn't notice her? That must be it. Oh Lan, can't you see that this man's eyes are fixed on his wife? Why do you have to seek trouble for yourself? A disdainful voice came from the crowd. Oh Lan stomped her foot and glared fiercely at the woman who had spoken. Zhang Xia, don't think that I don't know that you've taken a liking to this man just like me. You've always snatched anything that I've taken a liking to since I was young. Do you want me to give it to you this time? You'll have to see if you're qualified to give her to me, Zhang Xia sneered. Besides, I've never robbed a married man. You. Oh Lan's face was flushed with anger. These two must be new students who entered the academy this year. Otherwise, there's no way I haven't seen them before. As freshmen, aren't I the one who calls the shots in West Spirit Academy? Zhang Xia scoffed. Oh Lan had always looked down on others just because her brother was a prodigy on the heaven roll. She would even snatch someone else's husband. Chapter 1766. Furthermore, she did not think that with such a beautiful wife by his side, that man would be bewitched by Oh Lan. Zhang Xia, forget it. Don't fight with Oh Yang Qi, someone beside her consoled. Oh Lan's brother is on the heaven list. There's no benefit in going against her. That's right, Zhang Xia, you should take a step back. Don't be fooled by this man's wife's beauty. Oh Lan's status in West Spirit Academy is very high. Perhaps this man will give up on his wife and choose her because of Oh Lan's status. Speaking of which, why do I feel that this woman in white is very familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before? It had been 5 years since Yun Luofeng left West Spirit Academy. In these 5 years, West Spirit Academy had changed its students. Only a small number of geniuses had been accepted into the Elder's Court. The rest were either new students who had entered within the past 5 years or trash who had never passed the examinations and were unable to leave West Spirit Academy. Even so, Yun Luofeng had caused such a stir in West Spirit Academy that year that even the dean was alarmed. The students who had been left behind would still have some impression of her. However, it was precisely because 5 years had passed that they had not yet associated Yun Luofeng with the young girl from 5 years ago. Oh Lan, you won't get your way this time. Zhang Xia stomped her feet and said unwillingly. In reality, which woman would not be moved by such a good-looking man like Yun Xiao? However, compared to Oh Lan, Zhang Xia had her principles. If Yun Xiao was still unmarried, she would definitely use all means to fight for him. If he already had a wife, she could only give up. Was she going to become a concubine? Her pride would not allow her to do so. Whether or not I succeed isn't up to you. We'll see. Oh, Lan snorted and walked past Zhang Xia like a proud peacock. As she squeezed past, she did not forget to bump into her fiercely with her shoulder. Zhang Xia's expression immediately darkened. If not for the person beside her pulling her back, she would have gone up and fought with this shameless woman. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were naturally unaware of everything that had happened in the academy. They walked into the elder's room without any obstructions along the way. However, 5 years had passed and the academy had undergone too many changes. Those familiar faces had all disappeared. Yun Luofeng, you finally came? The sudden surprised voice made Yun Luofeng pause. He turned his head and saw a devilish face. Hu Li, looking at this fox-like man, Yun Luofeng was in a good mood. Why are you here? It was Elder Su Kong and the others who asked me to come back. They wanted me to take up the position of an elder in the academy and I agreed. Hu Li smiled. Although I agreed to this request, I will never forget that I sold myself to you. Whether I live or die, I will always be yours. Yun Zhao's expression darkened at the mention of selling her body. She coldly glanced at Hu Li. Hu Li's body trembled under his gaze, but she couldn't figure out what she had said to provoke this unpredictable man. I've been gone for 5 years. This academy has changed so much that I can't recognize it. Yun Luofeng said with a faint smile. The corners of Hu Li's lips curled up. It's been 5 years. The people from the original academy have already left. Now, there's a new batch of students. I'm the only one left on the heavenly list. That's good too. Chapter 1767. Yun Luofeng was initially worried that she would be recognized the moment she entered West Spirit Academy. If that was the case, her leisurely days would probably disappear. Hu Li seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes dimmed and she sighed. It's a pity that I failed to live up to your trust and failed to find Wu. You don't have to look for him. Yun Luofeng raised her head. Because I've already seen him, Wu was by Su. However, these things could not be explained in a few words, so he did not intend to explain further. Hu Li scratched her head. I'm relieved. Oh right. Elder Su Kong and the others have been waiting for you for many days. Come with me now. Yun Luofeng nodded and walked behind Hu Li together with Yun Xiao. In the elders' courtyard, a group of elders had been waiting for Yun Luofeng. In reality, when Yun Luofeng appeared in the West Continent, someone had already informed them. That was why they were waiting for her. Yun Luofeng walked into the courtyard and saw all the elders sitting together. Su Kong, Wu, Linghai, Cheong Tian, and Shuang. These elders were the first people she met when she came to the 7 continents. They were also her lifelong teachers. You're finally here. Shuang was the only female among the elders. She naturally showed her emotions. She immediately stood up from her chair and walked toward Yun Luofeng excitedly. The other elders also looked at Yun Luofeng with pride in their eyes. Although they did not teach Yun Luofeng anything, it was enough for her to recognize them as her teachers. Then she would be the pride of their lives. Shuang, let's talk business first. Cheong Tian coughed dryly and said. Talk about what? Shuang glared at Cheong Tian and turned to Yun Luofeng with a smile. You must be tired from the journey. I'll bring you to rest later. These 5 years, you've worked hard. Everyone only knew of Yun Luofeng's reputation. They certainly did not know that she must have gone through a lot of hardships along the way. Yun Luofeng lowered her gaze and saw the heartache in Shui Ying's eyes. Her heart warmed slightly. In the short time they had spent together in West Spirit Academy, these masters had indeed given her their utmost sincerity. No need, Yun Luofeng shook his head and said, when Master Su Kong went to look for me, he asked me to come to West Spirit Academy when I have the time. I thought you must have something to say to me, so I came. Shuang paused and could not help but sigh softly. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with you. However, I thought that with your relationship with the dean, should inform you. Ji Jiutian? Yun Luofeng's heart tightened as he asked anxiously, did something happen to Ji Jiutian? Yun Xiao turned to look at Yun Luofeng. He didn't know why, but Yun Luofeng's anxious behavior made him very unhappy. Of course, he wasn't unhappy with Yun Luofeng, but he was targeting Ji Jiutian. However, he also trusted Yun Luofeng. He knew that in her heart, Ji Jiutian was just a trustworthy friend. Therefore, no matter how displeased he was, he would not show it. Shuang pursed her lips. Not long ago, the dean accidentally discovered that there is a space on the 7 continents. Spirit God continent? Yun Luofeng was stunned as he asked. It's not Spirit God continent. Shuang sighed. It's just that the dean discovered that the spiritual energy in that space is very dense. Therefore, he ignored our objections and forcefully entered that space to increase his strength. However, I have a feeling that the dean's trip will definitely not be easy, so he asked you to think of a solution. Chapter 1768. What's the way to get to that space? We know the way to get to that space, we just need time to prepare. Shuang looked up at Yun Luofeng. So, I plan to look for the dean with your other masters. However, West Spirit Academy needs someone to guard it. That's why I asked you to come. Although they said they wanted Yun Luofeng to think of a way, they had already decided everything. Even if they had to abandon West Spirit Academy, they had to go to that place to find the dean. However, after thinking about it, they still could not let go of West Spirit Academy. That was why they asked Yun Luofeng to come. Send me to that space. Yun Luofeng looked up at Shuang and said word by word. Shuang was stunned. No, it's too dangerous. You can't go. I can't go, but you can. Yun Luofeng pursed her lips. If I go, at least I can protect myself. Plus, I have Yun Xiao to protect me. The elders knew what Yun Luofeng meant. She was afraid that they would be in danger. That was why she volunteered to go to that space. No. Su Kong stood up. This is West Spirit Academy's matter. How can we let you take the risk? Besides, our old bones aren't that useless yet. Yun Luofeng's expression was determined. Firstly, I am also a member of West Spirit Academy. I should do my best for West Spirit Academy. Secondly, Ji Jiutian is my friend. He has protected me so many times. I can't just ignore him. Thirdly. She paused and continued, I'm afraid I will have to provoke Spirit God Continent. Spirit God Continent? Su Kong's eyes flashed with panic. How did you provoke Spirit God Continent? With their status, it was impossible for them not to know of Spirit God Continent's existence. What they did not expect was that Yun Luofeng had provoked Spirit God Continent. Now do you understand why I want to go to that space? Since I want to be enemies with Spirit God Continent, I need to have a breakthrough in strength. I can't do that in the 7 continents. I can only go to that space. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Su Kong sighed helplessly. Okay, then go. Before you come back, I will take good care of your family. Yun Luofeng's expression was filled with gratitude. Thank you. Void laughed bitterly, why do we need to thank you? Besides, we should be the ones thanking you. It was originally our responsibility to look for the headmaster, but we just had to drag you down with us. Yun Luofeng did not say anything in the face of the elders' apologies. Wasn't the space that Ji Jiutian had found an opportunity for her? When will the space open? Yun Zhao's low voice rang in the ears of the few elders. 3 days, give us 3 days to prepare. All right, in 3 days, Feng, and I will come find you. Yun Xiao raised her hand and wrapped it around Yun Luofeng's waist as they walked towards the door. Should we go back and say goodbye? There's no need. Yun Luofeng shook his head. When I left the East Continent, I told my grandfather that I might be away for a period of time. As for the Steel Flame Regiment, I've already placed them in the spirit array. There's no need to specially return. The spirit formation was the formation that she always carried with her. As it was not convenient for her to mention this formation every time, she had named it a spirit formation. Within the spirit formation, the members of the Steel Flame Regiment made rapid breakthroughs. Yi Ling and Qin Yan had already reached the Venerable Spirit stage and were only a step away from becoming a Holy Spirit stage. Chapter 1769. Because the Elder's Court doesn't have a resting area, Elder Su Kong has asked me to bring you to the Academy's Disciples Cultivation Room. Hu Li scratched the back of his head and turned to look at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Are you really going to that place? I have to. Yun Luofeng curled her lips and a dangerous glint flashed across her gently narrowed eyes. Indeed, she had to go this time. Hu Li laughed bitterly. I know I can't stop you, but you must come back alive. In his entire life, he, Hu Li, had never admired anyone. Only the woman in front of him. Even when he had sold his body to her 5 years ago, he had done it willingly and without any regrets. Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. I definitely won't die. Yun Luofeng blinked and a languid look appeared on his face. I'm tired, you can go back first. Hu Li had wanted to say more but he knew that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were indeed very tired from the long journey. So, he took one last look at the two of them and walked towards the Elder's Court. At this moment, in the Earth Roll Disciples Cultivation Room in the West Spirit Academy. Lan suddenly stood up from her chair, her expression uncertain. You're saying that those two new students know Elder Hu Li? She did not know Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's names, so she had used the word new student instead. Senior Sister Lan, I saw with my own eyes that Elder Hu Li had brought them to the cultivation room. Moreover, they had also made a trip to the Elder's Court before this. If my guess is correct, they must have gone to look for Elder Hu Li. A young girl stood in front of Lan, her face filled with flattery and flattery. In my opinion, Senior Sister Lan, you're better than that woman in every aspect. Your brother is even a heaven roll genius who surpasses Hu Li. In another 1 or 2 years, he will also be able to enter the Academy's Elder's Court. By then, his status will definitely surpass Hu Li. Lan fell into deep thought. My brother is very powerful, and his future is limitless. However, Hu Li is an elder of the Academy no matter what. I have to give him face. Senior Sister, I have an idea. The young girl's eyes turned slightly. Since Elder Hu Li knows that woman, why don't we spread a rumor that this woman came to the Academy to hide a mistress in Hu Li's golden house? She took advantage of the fact that her husband was no longer in collusion with Hu Li, and the two of them already had a physical relationship. At that time, not only would that man suspect his wife, even Hu Li's reputation would be ruined. Lan's eyes lit up. In the beginning, she had wanted to use her authority to suppress them, but who knew that these two new students would be acquainted with Elder Hu Li? Hence, she could only find another way. Hu Li is not the kind of person who can be easily framed. If he is found out, Senior Sister Lan, you can totally frame that bitch Zhang Xia for this. Even if they find out, it has nothing to do with us. All right. A glint flashed across Lan's eyes unconsciously, and she laughed silently. Xia Ling, I'll leave this matter to you. If you succeed, I'll go to my brother and say a few good things about you. Perhaps he'll fall in love with you. The eyes of the young girl who was called Xia Ling lit up, and her expression was filled with bashfulness. Senior Sister Lan, I'll handle this matter properly for you. After saying that, Xia Ling bid farewell to Lan and walked out. As Lan watched her leave, her lips curled into a mocking smile, and her face was filled with disdain. Idiot, why don't you take a look at yourself first? How dare you dream of becoming my sister-in-law? In this world, only the most powerful woman is worthy of my brother. Chapter 1770. Senior Lan. At this moment, the silent young man in the room could not help but ask, if you don't want to help Xia Ling, why did you agree to her request? I just want to use her to do things for me. Lan lay on the chaise longue. How dare she have such wishful thinking? My brother is one of the top 3 on the heaven board. Not everyone is worthy of him. Then what kind of person do you think is worthy of Senior Au Fei? The young man asked this with a purpose. Au Fei was the dream lover of countless girls in West Spirit Academy. His own sister was also in love with him. Not only was Au Fei gentle, but he was also extremely talented. Ever since he entered West Spirit Academy 4 years ago, he used 4 years to climb to the 3rd place on the Heaven Board. More importantly, he was the youngest genius on the Heaven Board. Of course, this youngest genius was the current Heaven Board. Naturally, it could not be compared to the Heaven Board 5 years ago. Forget about Yun Luofeng on the Heaven Board 5 years ago, there was also a lunatic like Hong Wuan. However, the Heaven Board changed every 5 years. Yun Luofeng and Hong Wuan had left the academy for 5 years. The current Heaven Board of West Spirit Academy was naturally decided by Au Fei and the others. Do you know Yun Luofeng? Lan suddenly became excited. 5 years ago, she was a woman who caused a sensation in West Spirit Academy. I think only a genius like her is worthy of my brother. Yun Luofeng? The young man's eyes widened in shock. He was not unfamiliar with this name. It should be said that the entire West Spirit Academy, or even the 7 continents, knew of her existence. What the young man did not expect was that Lan's appetite was so great that she thought only Yun Luofeng was worthy of her brother. To be honest, although Au Fei was talented, it was only in the West Spirit mainland. The current Yun Luofeng was already a high-level holy spirit. Au Fei was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Obviously, the young man did not dare to say this out loud. He did not dare to offend Lan. Especially, in Lan's heart, her brother was the most outstanding man in the world. Therefore, she said such exaggerated words to clear her doubts. Senior Lan, Yun Luofeng, is already married. In other words, if you want her to be your sister-in-law, I'm afraid that won't happen. Lan pursed her lips. Isn't there Hong Wuan from the East Continent's continent governor's residence? She was also from West Spirit Academy back then. If we were to settle for the next best thing, I think she would be quite suitable to be my sister-in-law. The young man's face had already turned the color of pig liver. Was she sure that her brother was worthy of Hong Wuan? In terms of status, Hong Wuan was the eldest daughter of the East Continent Prefecture, the future East Continent Prefecture Lord, while Au Fei was just a disciple of an aristocratic family. Comparing the status of the academy, Hong Wuan was ranked first in the heavenly list for 5 years, while Au Fei was only ranked third. In terms of strength, Hong Wuan was younger than Au Fei, and her ability was also stronger than him. What qualifications did she think Au Fei had to stand beside the eldest daughter of the East Continent Prefecture? Moreover, Lan looked as if she felt that she had suffered a loss. After a while, I plan to go to the East Continent with my brother. At that time, I want to get to know the eldest daughter of the East Continent Prefecture. When she sees how handsome my brother is, she will definitely fall in love with him. The corner of the young man's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that he should keep his distance from the Lan siblings, lest they bring him along when they court disaster. Thinking of this, the young man composed himself and said, "Then I wish you success, Senior Lan. I just remembered that I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." After saying this, the young man left in a hurry. He had to go back and warn his sister that she was not allowed to chase after Au Fei. Chapter 1771. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. On the main road leading to the academy, a woman dressed in a blood-red dress was enchanting and charming. Her beauty was absolutely moving. Next to her, a handsome man was following her step by step. He did not fall behind in the slightest. "Why are you following me?" Hong Wuan turned around and glared at Nangong Yuni as she asked angrily. Nangong Yuni confidently tossed his hair. "Before you agree to marry me, I'm going to follow you." Hong Wuan narrowed her eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "You won't kill me." The corner of Nangong Yuni's mouth hooked up into a smile. "At most, you'll just beat me up. But even if you beat me half to death, I'll still follow you. In any case, you can't possibly leave me behind. Nangong Yuni, you're digging your own grave." Whoosh. Hong Wan angrily drew her sword. If you continue to follow me, I won't be polite anymore. Actually, if Nan Gong Yuni had simply followed her, Hong Wan would not have been so angry. Unfortunately, this man liked to get physical. Every time she was angry, she would beat him up. Unfortunately, no matter how she hit him, this man would stick to her like a dog's skin plaster. No matter how she chased him away, he would not leave. Don't you want to look for Yun Luofeng? We've been through life and death together. What harm is there in us looking for her together? Nan Gong Yuni glanced at the sword against his neck and spoke without batting an eyelid. If Hong Wan had placed a sword against his neck when he had first met her, he would have been so frightened that he would not have been able to stand steadily. Now that he knows that Hong Wan will not kill him, what else is there for him to be afraid of? Isn't it just getting beaten up? It's not as important as finding a wife. I'm a student of West Spirit Academy. It's only right for me to return to West Spirit Academy. What's the matter with you following me? Hong Wan's beautiful face was filled with anger. Her eyes were ablaze and she gritted her teeth as she spoke. I'll ask you one last time. Are you leaving or not? If you agree to marry me, I'll leave. Nan Gong Yuni replied shamelessly. Hong Wan tightened her grip and a line of blood appeared on his neck. Nan Gong Yuni, it's not impossible for you to stay. As long as you promise me that you won't get physical again, I'll let you stay. Nan Gong Yuni curled his lips. He only wanted to touch her face or secretly kiss her when she was sleeping, but before he could do it, she would wake up. When she woke up, she would definitely be beaten up. But even so, he didn't want to leave. Seeing that Nan Gong Yuni didn't say anything, Hong Wan gradually retracted her hand. I've said it before, I don't need you to take responsibility, and you also don't need to follow me to take responsibility. I, Hong Wan, am not so weak that I have to marry you just because my body has been seen. Nan Gong Yuni took 2 steps forward. He was just about to explain that he didn't want to marry her because he wanted to be responsible. Who knew that Hong Wan did not give him a chance to speak? The tip of her toes pushed off and scurried into the sky. Compared to Yun Luofeng, Hong Wan had stayed at West Spirit Academy for a longer period of time. Naturally, she had also established a small group of her own. These small groups of people had long since dispersed and left West Spirit Academy. However, before Hong Wan came to West Spirit Academy, she had sent letters to the members of these small groups, informing them of her arrival. Hence, in order to see Hong Wan, those small groups of people had gathered from all over the place and had already surrounded the academy since a long time ago. Chapter 1772. Xia Ling, what's happening in the academy these 2 days? Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? And they're not even new students. The academy's new students had gone for the trial yesterday. Lan had found an excuse for Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's absence, which was that Hu Li had opened the back door for them. Because of this, Lan was certain that the unfamiliar faces were not new students this year. Senior Sister Lan, I heard that the Heaven Leaderboard number 1 from 5 years ago has returned. Heaven Leaderboard number 1, Hong Wan. Lan's eyes lit up and she quickly stood up from her chair. Are you sure it's Hong Wan? I've asked around. Those people are former students of the academy. They're here to welcome Hong Wan. Xia Ling's eyes were filled with doubt. Of course, he did not know that Lan was trying to matchmake Dai Fei. That was why he did not understand why she was so interested in Hong Wan. That's great. Lan was all smiles. However, in the next moment, she saw Xia Ling's doubtful gaze. She coughed dryly and said, How's the matter I asked you to do? Hearing this, Xia Ling hurriedly replied, I've given the order. Rumors will start spreading very soon. However, the thing you promised me, Senior Sister Lan, don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Lan's eyes flickered. I'm tired. You can leave first. Yes, Senior Sister. After receiving Lan's confirmation, Xia Ling left in a joyful mood. Dai Fei had always doted on this sister of his. With her help, it would not take long before she became his wife. Xia Ling blushed at the thought. However, after she left, she heard a loud laugh behind her which made her frown. However, she thought that Lan was excited because the new student's reputation was going to be ruined, so she did not think too much about it. Our luck has been too good recently. In the room, Lan curled her lips as a determined look flashed across her eyes. Not only have I found the man I want to marry, but someone who's qualified to be my sister-in-law has also appeared. Perhaps. Hong Wan had also heard of my brother's reputation and came here out of admiration. Otherwise, why would she not have returned to West Spirit Academy for the past 5 years and come here not long after my brother had broken into the top 3 of the heavenly list? Lan thought gleefully that if her brother became the son-in-law of the East Continent Prefecture, her status would rise as well. From then on, no one would be worthy of her attention. What a pity, Yun Luofeng is already married, otherwise, this woman would be the most suitable person for his brother. Hong Wan was only the young mistress of the East Continent Prefecture, while Yun Luofeng was already standing at the pinnacle of the continent with his own strength. If not for the existence of the Ghost Emperor, perhaps, her brother would have a chance. I wonder what that Ghost Emperor looks like. It's said that he often wears a mask outside, and very few people have seen his true appearance. Therefore, I'm sure that he must be extremely ugly. How can such a man compare to Big Brother? If Yun Luofeng knew Big Brother first, he would definitely fall in love with such a handsome man. Yun Xiao would only remove his mask when he was by Yun Luofeng's side. In the past, when he was alone outside, no one would be able to see his true appearance. In the Jun family, he had never worn a mask, be it for a banquet or a wedding ceremony. However, those who were qualified to enter the Jun family would not gossip about him outside. Therefore, the world naturally did not know what the Ghost Emperor looked like. Chapter 1773. West Spirit Academy. Hong Wan had just descended from the sky when a group of people came to welcome her. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. "Boss, you're back." Hong Wan raised her eyebrows, her domineering red robes fluttering in the breeze. "When did you return to West Spirit Academy?" "We've only just arrived. We haven't had the chance to take a good look around the academy before you returned." "If that's the case, then let's go. I'll go see the elders first, then I'll go look for someone else." After Hong Wan had finished speaking, she entered West Spirit Academy, escorted by a group of people. Walking beside her was a man in his 20s. He was also the person in charge of Hong Wan's small group. Speaking of which, the Hong Wan from 5 years ago had a domineering and cold temperament. As long as someone caught her eye, she would definitely fight them. If one did not agree to her request, she would definitely pester you until you fought with her. Hence, based on Hong Wan's temperament, she would not interact with the students of the academy, much less accept a group of subordinates. That year, it was this man named Zhang Mo who was attracted to Hong Wan and became her follower. He had even single-handedly established Hong Wan's faction. Unfortunately, ever since Hong Wan had left West Spirit Academy, she had never met them again. They had only exchanged letters. "Hong Wan, are you here to look for Yun Luofeng?" "We've only just arrived." "I wonder if Yun Luofeng has arrived at the academy." Zhang Mo scratched the back of his head and chuckled. 5 years ago, there was no one in West Spirit Academy who did not know of Yun Luofeng's existence. However, the difference was that the current West Spirit Academy did not know what Yun Luofeng looked like. Looking for Yun Luofeng is one of the reasons. The second reason is that something seems to have happened in West Spirit Academy. As a student of the academy, I cannot just sit back and do nothing. Whoosh! Just as Hong Wan was walking along the winding path of the academy, a group of people suddenly surged out from the front, blocking the path. Hong Wan's brows unconsciously furrowed. These are the students of the academy. I wonder what they're doing here. Zhang Mo looked at the group of people surging out and frowned. "You're Hong Wan? The number 1 on the heaven list 5 years ago?" Suddenly, a joyful voice came from the crowd. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, and a sweet-looking girl walked out from the back of the crowd. "What's the matter?" Seeing that they were students of West Spirit Academy, Hong Wan's tone was not too harsh. Even though she had used West Spirit Academy as her hiding place, her feelings for the academy remained in her heart. Senior Sister Hong Wan. A sweet smile appeared on O Lan's face. Have you heard of my elder brother, O Fei? Hong Wan's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. I don't know him. You don't know him? How is that possible? O Lan cried out in surprise. Her brother's reputation in the academy was so strong that many people outside of the academy had heard of him. Logically speaking, Hong Wan, who was once a student of the West Spirit Academy, should know him better. But she claimed that she didn't know him? It must be because of her dignity. As a woman, it was impossible for her to casually admit that she admired a man. That must be it. Puchi. Zhang Shedong, who had been watching the show from within the crowd, could not help but mock O Lan when she heard her scream. Do you really think that everyone knows your brother? Senior Sister Hong Wan was once the number one on the heaven list. Whether it's talent, strength, or family background, she's better than your brother. Besides, you're holding on to Senior Sister Hong Wan's path. Don't tell me you want her to be your sister-in-law. Chapter 1774. Since Zhang Xia dared to say something like that, it must not be groundless. She had heard from O Lan that only Yun Luofeng or Hong Wan was worthy of O Fei. Therefore, she had indeed said that in front of Hong Wan on purpose. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the people around Hong Wan shot daggers at O Lan with sharp gazes. O Lan's expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. She laughed awkwardly. Senior Sister Hong Wan, it's fine if you don't know my brother. I can introduce him to you. Not only is he handsome, but he's also very talented. He's only 26 years old this year, but he's already broken through to become a celestial spirit warrior and ranked third on the heaven leaderboard. Hong Wan did not care about Zhang Xia's words at first. The two of them seemed to be enemies, so it was possible that they were trying to frame her. However, Hong Wan understood the meaning behind O Lan's words as soon as she opened her mouth. Her beautiful face turned cold unwittingly. I remember that I was only 20 years old 5 years ago, but I was already ranked first on the heaven leaderboard. Yun Luofeng was only 18 years old back then, but he was already on par with me. So, is it very impressive that your brother has only become a celestial spirit warrior at the age of 26? O Lan's face darkened. What did Hong Wan mean? Was she looking down on her brother? Senior Sister Hong Wan, my brother's talent is really not bad. It's just that he wasn't born well. If he was born well, his achievements would be unparalleled. In other words, so what if Hong Wan was powerful? Wasn't it because he was born well? If O Fei was born well, he would definitely be more powerful than Hong Wan. Zhang Xia snickered. How dare this woman say something like that in front of Hong Wan? Did she not know how to spell the word death? Suddenly, O Lan felt a powerful force attack her, causing her body to tremble. She broke out in cold sweat as if a huge mountain was pressing down on her, causing her face to turn extremely pale. Just as she was about to give in, the pressure suddenly disappeared. Her body relaxed, and she sat on the ground with a thud, panting heavily. Hong Wan withdrew her gaze. Let's go. All right. Zhang Mo looked at O Lan sympathetically. Fortunately, Hong Wan's temper was not as bad as before. Otherwise, O Lan would have been crushed into pieces. Lan, Just as Hong Wan took a step forward, an anxious voice came from the front. Soon, an elegant young master in a brocade robe walked to O Lan's side quickly. His eyes were filled with heartache. What happened? Who dares to touch my sister in West Spirit Academy? As he spoke, his gaze swept across the surroundings before finally stopping on Hong Wan. Did you touch my sister? Could it be that you don't know what this place is? Who gave you the guts? Hong Wan stopped in her tracks and her lips curled into a seductive smile. So what if it was me? Even if I were to kill her, no one would dare to say no. Some time ago, O Fei had been in seclusion and had rushed over to find O Lan the moment he came out. Only then did he realize that O Lan was being bullied. Therefore, he did not know that Hong Wan had returned. In this West Spirit Academy, I may be ranked third, but even the top two would not dare to not give me face. Oh Fei stood up. If you want to survive in West Spirit Academy, you better kowtow and apologize to my sister. With a swoosh, he opened his folding fan and looked at Hong Wan arrogantly. Chapter 1775. Brother. Oh Lan panicked and tugged on Oh Fei's sleeve. She's the sister-in-law I found for you, don't. She accidentally blurted out the words in her heart. After she blurted it out, she suddenly realized and hurriedly covered her mouth. Sister-in-law? Oh Fei frowned, glanced at Hong Wan, then looked at Oh Lan. Even though she's very beautiful, I'm not such a shallow person. Only those with great talent are worthy of me. Hong Wan was so angry that she laughed. She raised her hand to stop Zhang Mo and the others, then turned to look at Oh Fei. Her pair of phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Then, what kind of person do you think is worthy of you? Oh Fei's eyes flashed with disgust. As expected, this woman was his admirer. Otherwise, she would not have asked such a shameless question. Miss, in the current academy, there is no one who is worthy of me. If there is, it would only be the first on the heavenly rankings 5 years ago. Only a genius like that is worthy of me. So, don't daydream, I will never like you. In reality, the reason why Oh Lan felt that only Yun Luofeng and Hong Wan were worthy of Oh Fei was because of what Oh Fei had said. As for why he did not mention Yun Luofeng now, that was because Yun Luofeng was already married. He could not chase after someone who was no longer pure. Those with impure bodies were not worthy of him. The heaven list number 1 5 years ago? The person you're talking about, is her name Hong Wan? Hong Wan's face lit up with a smile as she asked slowly. The surrounding people did not speak. They all had the attitude of watching a good show. Brother. Oh Lan cried out in shock. She wanted to say something but Oh Fei did not give her a chance to speak and had already interrupted her. That's right. The person I'm talking about is called Hong Wan. Only a woman like her is the person I'll pursue my entire life. It's impossible for me to fall for someone like you. Thus, I advise you to give up on that thought as soon as possible. Zhang Mo and the others were already burning with anger. If it was not for Hong Wan stopping them, they would have gone up to him and beat him up. Hong Wan smiled. Her smile was beautiful and moving, like a blooming rose. It carried a dangerous aura. Oh Fei was a little dumbfounded. He didn't understand why he was laughing at this time. Could it be that his rejection had caused her to suffer a great deal of shock? My apologies. The smile in Hong Wan's eyes deepened. She crossed her arms and said, I am the number 1 on the heaven roll, Hong Wan. At that moment, Oh Fei's expression froze, and his breathing quickened. He looked at Oh Lan with an ashen face. She's Hong Wan? Oh Lan nodded helplessly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh Fei was so angry that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had just said that this woman was not worthy of him and that only Hong Wan was worthy of him. But she had told him that she was Hong Wan. Brother, I wanted to tell you, but you didn't let me. Oh Lan felt wronged. She clearly wanted to tell him about this, but he didn't let her. Oh Fei felt the mocking gazes around him and his face turned even paler. He had already predicted that after today, he would become the laughing stock of West Spirit Academy. Zhang Mo, let's go. We'll make a trip to the elder's office first, then we'll look for Yun Luofeng. The elders will definitely know where she is. Hong Wan turned around, too lazy to bother with these people, and left on her own. Chapter 1776. Zhang Mo's cold gaze swept across the Oh Fei siblings, a trace of contempt flashing across his eyes. Such a coward, how could he be worthy of Hong Wan? Looking at Hong Wan and the others leaving, Oh Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He said such words in front of Hong Wan, afraid that she would find trouble with him. Luckily, Hong Wan ignored him. Brother. Seeing that Oh Fei was about to leave, Oh Lan anxiously shouted. I still need your help with something. Oh Fei stopped in his tracks and frowned. Because of you, I offended Hong Wan, and you even made me lose the chance to pursue her. You want me to help with something, will you harm me again? Brother, don't worry, this matter will not harm you. The person I want to trouble is only a freshman. Freshman? These two words made Oh Fei heave a sigh of relief. Just a freshman, in this West Spirit Academy, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Who asked you to be my sister, under the condition that it doesn't harm me? I can help you. Hearing Oh Fei's words, a smile appeared on Oh Lan's face. She had just been bullied in front of Hong Wan. At this time, she definitely had to find someone to vent her anger on. That freshman was obviously the best choice. At this moment, the Oh Fei siblings did not know that in Oh Lan's heart, the girl who was regarded as a freshman was someone they could not afford to provoke in this lifetime. And because of this misunderstanding, they made a mistake that they would regret for the rest of their lives. Have you heard? Senior Hong Wan, who ranked first on the Heaven list 5 years ago, has returned to the academy. TSK, I know about this. I heard that senior brother Oh Fei and senior Hong Wan had a dispute. At that time, a friend of mine happened to be there and witnessed it with his own eyes. Actually, compared to this matter, I'm more concerned about another matter. Do you know Elder Huli? He's the youngest and most monstrous elder in our academy. I know, what about it? 2 days ago, 2 freshmen came to the academy. These 2 freshmen are extremely good-looking, and they even know Elder Huli. However, the 2 freshmen are husband and wife. Elder Huli and the man are brothers, but at the same time, the woman is his lover. How? How is this possible? If that's the case, isn't Elder Huli flirting? Are you sure this is true? It must be true. Someone personally heard what senior sister Zhang Xia said. He even claimed that senior sister Zhang Xia saw that woman and Elder Huli in the forest. It must be true. In the academy, a group of people were discussing animatedly. However, when they felt a cold, murderous gaze behind them, they were instantly shocked. They hurriedly turned around and saw a man in a black robe standing behind them with a cold expression on his face. His gaze was too terrifying, so terrifying that it made people's hearts tremble. Hong Wan has returned to West Spirit Academy. Yun Luofeng was a little surprised. Why didn't Hong Wan tell her about this? Zhang Xia? Who is she? Murderous intent appeared in Yun Zhao's black eyes as he tightly pursed his thin lips. The aura from his body was like a monstrous wave that overflowed the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. Anyone who slandered Yun Luofeng deserved to die. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the front. Yun Luofeng gently raised his brows and raised his eyes to look at the people who were quickly walking towards them under the lead of a man and a woman. Brother, it's this woman, Oh Lan pointed at Yun Luofeng and said, she deliberately seduced Elder Huli because she didn't want to participate in the freshman trials. Even a married woman like her would commit such an immoral act. She should be killed immediately. Oh Lan raised her chin. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Yun Xiao. Chapter 1777. At this moment, quite a number of people had gathered around them. Oh Lan felt the gazes of those people and unconsciously raised his chin even higher. Is what Oh Lan said true? Oh Fei's eyes sank, and his warm face revealed a wisp of coldness. Elder Huli actually did such a thing. It looks like West Spirit Academy has been destroyed by Huli after all. From Oh Fei's words, everyone could hear his disdain and contempt towards Huli. Before Huli had returned to the academy, he was the most sought-after student in the academy, but when Huli had appeared, most of the girls who had been chasing after him had turned their gazes towards him. This made him very angry. Huli only had a face that was more seductive than a woman's. Apart from that, what else could he have that could compare to him? Oh, right, Huli had entered West Spirit Academy before him. Otherwise, he would definitely be below him. But it doesn't matter. Once he graduates from the academy, his achievements will definitely surpass Huli. Yun Zhao's stern gaze shifted from Oh Lan to Oh Fei. At this moment, Oh Fei felt his breathing stop, as if a hand was squeezing his heart tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. It was as if his heart would be crushed in an instant. Such an intense pain made Fei's face turn pale and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Didn't Lan say that these two were only freshmen? How could freshmen have such powerful abilities? Speak, who started this rumor? The man's voice was low and cold, but there was an irrepressible rage in it. Yun Luofeng merely leaned lazily against a tree and watched everything in front of her quietly, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Lan had thought that this woman would definitely be furious and anxious after the rumor spread. Who would have thought that she would remain calm and the smile on her lips seemed to be mocking her? This isn't a rumor. Lan's anger soared to the sky, her jealous eyes staring fixedly at Yun Luofeng. It was Zhang Xia who saw her having an affair with Hu Li. Don't be deceived by this woman, a slut like her is not worthy. Bang! When Yun Xiao heard Lan's slandering of Yun Luofeng, her eyes turned cold. She raised her hand to create a hurricane and sent Lan's body flying. The entire academy was silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Lan was a disciple on the Earth rankings, but this new student defeated her with just a raise of his hand? In fact, Lan wasn't just defeated. Her body was in great pain, as if a ball of fire was burning her internal organs. It was so painful that her face turned pale and she broke out in cold sweat. What was even more shocking was that Yun Xiao was a man after all. As a man, was it appropriate for him to attack a woman without any grace? Moreover, they were the ones who were unreasonable in the first place. They had done something wrong, so how could they not allow others to talk about it? I've never seen such a thing. An anxious voice came from behind the crowd. Zhang Xia ran over in a hurry and looked nervous. I didn't see her sleeping with other men. I didn't spread these rumors. Lan's face darkened. Logically speaking, her brother wouldn't be able to stand by and watch her being bullied like this. Why wasn't there any movement from him? But now, she had no choice but to release the arrow. So, she endured the pain and stood up. Zhang Xia, I know you denied it because you were afraid of this young master's strength. However, the rumor was indeed spread by you. I'm just here to get rid of a scourge for the academy. Chapter 1778. Zhang Xia pointed angrily at Lan. You framed me. Framed? So what? Lan sneered. Even if the academy were to pursue the matter, it would be Zhang Xia's responsibility and the person who Li would hate would be her. What are you all doing? Suddenly, an angry shout came from behind them. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw Hu Li rushing over with a red-clothed woman following beside him. Lan's expression changed when he saw the lady in red. Hong Wan. Why is she here? Fei, what do you want? Hu Li saw that these people dared to surround Yun Luofeng and was enraged. His fox eyes were filled with a cold murderous intent. Elder Hu Li, it's like this. Zhang Xia was afraid that Hu Li would hate her, so she quickly told her about the recent rumors. In the end, she added, please believe me. I really didn't do it. Good, very good. Hu Li was so angry that he laughed. How dare you spread such rumors? Aren't you afraid that you won't even know how you died? In the academy, due to Fei's strength, he had many lackeys behind him. These lackeys were the same as him. They did not approve of Hu Li taking up the position of an elder at such a young age. Coupled with Fei's outstanding talent, he never thought that he was inferior to Hu Li. Therefore, even if he was facing Hu Li, he would not take him seriously. Elder Hu Li, can you explain why these two newcomers didn't participate in the trial? Besides, someone saw that you know each other. If it wasn't for the fact that you have an improper relationship, why would this happen? Up until now, no one noticed that something was wrong with Fei. Fei opened his mouth to speak but found that under that imposing manner, he could not utter a single word. He could only stand on the spot anxiously. In the beginning, he indeed did not take Yun Xiao seriously. When Yun Xiao made his move, he knew that this man was not someone they could afford to offend. Unfortunately, he could not speak and could not stop the crowd at all. Newcomers? Hong Wan smiled. Her smile was full of sarcasm as her seductive eyes swept over the Fei siblings. You actually said that these two are newcomers? Lan had a bad feeling the moment Hong Wuan appeared. Who knew that Hong Wuan's words would stun Lan on the spot? Was he wrong? Are they not new students these 2 days? Ha ha ha, success, success. Just as Hong Wuan was about to walk towards Yun Luofeng, a wild laughter suddenly came over. Everyone looked up in surprise and saw Void, who was covered in gray cannons, running over quickly. Void. Void Elder, why is he here? Little Yun, Ghost Emperor, we've finally opened up that space. You can go now. Su Kong's face was filled with excitement. He immediately realized that the atmosphere here was a little off. He was startled. What happened? Lan's eyes widened in shock. She looked at the void in front of Yun Luofeng in disbelief. Wait a minute. He had just addressed this woman as Yun Las, that cold and handsome man was called. Ghost Emperor? How? How is this possible? Lan took a few steps back, her face pale. The Ghost Emperor, the young master of the Jun family, the husband of Yun Luofeng. If that's the case, this woman in white is the legendary figure of the 7 continents, Yun Luofeng? Lan bit her lips tightly as her entire body trembled. How could this woman be Yun Luofeng? Chapter 1779. The person whose influence was so great that even the continent lords of several continents feared her? The woman who could make the entire mainland tremble with just a stomp of her foot? I actually offended her and even have delusions about the Ghost Emperor? What exactly happened? Su Kong frowned slightly and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He glanced to the side and saw Zhang Xia, who was standing in front of Hu Li. He said in a low voice, "You tell me." His tone was serious and it made Zhang Xia tremble. She quickly repeated what she had said to Hu Li. Su Kong's expression darkened bit by bit. Since you said that you weren't the one who spread these rumors, then who was it? His voice was filled with murderous intent. That's right, at this moment, Su Kong was indeed filled with murderous intent. Those who dared to slander his disciple deserved to die 1,000 times over. In fact, this matter is already very obvious. Yun Luofeng's body straightened up from the tree trunk, his eyes faintly glancing at the Fei siblings. Whoever comes looking for trouble is the one who spread the rumors. In the crowd, Xia Ling, who was originally hiding inside, saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. At this moment, she was cursing Lan over and over again in her heart. This idiot really could not hold back at all. If she had come looking for trouble with Yun Luofeng later, she would not have exposed herself. If it was not for the sake of obtaining Fei, she really would not have been willing to give her any ideas. No, it wasn't me. Lan met Yun Luofeng's gaze and a sense of fear emerged in her heart. She suddenly saw Xia Ling, who was about to leave, and bit her lip. It was Xia Ling, she was the one who spread the rumors. I wanted to stop her but she refused to listen to me. This matter really has nothing to do with me. Xia Ling's face turned green at that moment and she glared at Lan angrily. Soon after, she felt Su Kong's sharp gaze and hurriedly stopped in her tracks. She knelt down in front of Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, Lan forced me to do this. I had no choice but to do it. Please let me go, I'm innocent. Innocent? Yun Luofeng smiled. Do you really think that you're innocent? Her black eyes carried a deep light as if she could see through everything. Seeing her gaze, Xia Ling's legs weakened and she fell to the ground. She knew that this time, she was finished. Idiot. Fei suddenly felt that his body could finally move. He quickly ran in front of Lan and slapped her. You dare to offend anyone. This time, I'm doomed because of you. You've caused me to be in such a miserable state. When we return to the clan, father and mother will definitely not forgive you. Lan's lips twitched, her face filled with despair. The clan was a patriarchal clan. Moreover, her elder brother was the hope of the entire clan. All these years, if it wasn't for her brother's love, she would have lived a life worse than a servant. However, if her parents knew that she had harmed her brother, they would definitely not forgive her easily. From now on, you will no longer be students of the academy. Su Kong coldly stroked his sleeves. Huli, pass down the order. The O siblings have offended the Yun girl. In the future, if anyone dares to have any dealings with the O clan, they will be hunted down by the major forces of the mainland. O Fei's eyes flashed with panic. If he was merely expelled from the academy, with his talent, he wouldn't be doing too badly. Now, if anyone were to find out that he had offended Yun Luofeng, no one would give him another chance. Elder Su Kong, O Fei hurriedly knelt down. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. I didn't know that she was Yun Luofeng. Please forgive me on account of my ignorance. Chapter 1780. You think you can be forgiven just because you don't know? Su Kong coldly said, I didn't know you used your reputation as a disciple on the heaven roll to do evil. How dare you slander an elder of the academy? You don't know Miss Yun's identity, but don't you know Huli is an elder? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what pain is. Besides, just the fact that his sister slandered Yun Luofeng was enough for him to punish her severely. Drive them out of the academy? Yun Shao coldly glanced at O Fei and his sister. That's letting them off too easily. O Fei and his sister's expressions greatly changed. Not only did the academy expel them, but it also spread the news, cutting off all the O family's escape routes. And he said it was letting them off too easily? Ghost Emperor, what do you want? Su Kong turned to Yun Shao and asked, his voice no longer as cold as before. Let them be trash for life. The man's voice was cold and ruthless, like a sharp sword that ruthlessly pierced into O Lan's heart. O Lan panicked, are you still a man? In any case, I'm a peerless beauty. How could you do such a cruel thing to me without any grace? Yun Shao pursed his thin lips, in my eyes, other than Feng, there is no gender difference between others. You. O Lan's heart was filled with jealousy. Why did such an excellent and infatuated man not belong to her? You're too vicious. I only slandered her a little, and you want to cripple me? Yes. The man answered in all seriousness. On the contrary, O Lan's body softened and she sat on the ground with despair on her face after hearing this word. Hong Wan crossed her arms and raised her red lips. If you want to use your advantage as a woman to soften Yun Zhao's heart, then you're sorely mistaken. What I can tell you is that on their way here, there were many women who harbored ill intentions toward Yun Shao, but these women never bothered Yun Luofeng because Yun Shao would deal with them himself. O Lan bit her lips tightly. Any woman will be attracted to a strong, handsome, and devoted man like you. I know that I can't get through this today. I only hope that I can meet a man like you in my next life. You're wrong. Hong Wan smiled. Even if you have an afterlife and meet a man as outstanding as Yun Shao, what qualifications do you have to make him fall in love with you? Yun Shao is outstanding because Yun Luofeng is also outstanding. They are attracted to each other, so he can only find someone who is similar to him. Many people believe that a woman didn't need to be strong enough. She only needed to find a strong person to protect her. You're too weak, so what right do you have to attract the attention of the strong? For a moment, everyone fell silent. They suddenly felt that they shouldn't pursue things that didn't belong to them. Instead, they should work hard to improve themselves so that they could attract outstanding people. Su Kong glanced at Hong Wan gratefully. How could he not understand that Hong Wan was deliberately saying this to all the students present? He believed that after today, the atmosphere of the academy would be much better, and no one would cause any more trouble. Bang! Suddenly, O Fei felt a pain in his body, and his meridian seemed to be broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. So did O Lan and Xiao Ling. Without any chance to resist, they had been turned into trash in front of everyone's eyes. Come on, throw these people out of the academy. Su Kong waved his hand and ordered sternly, if such a thing happens again in the future, I won't tolerate it. Chapter 1781. The crowd held their breaths, not daring to speak. Clearly, Elder Su Kong's words had raised everyone's guard. No one dared to make the same mistake again. As for Olan, was she worthy of sympathy? If she had not dared to covet something that did not belong to her and offended Yun Luofeng, she would not have ended up like this. Even O Fei reaped what he sowed. The space has been opened? Yun Luofeng raised his brows. Then let's go. All right. Su Kong did not look at these people again and led Yun Luofeng to the elder's room. As they left, the crowd burst into loud cheers. Everyone watched Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's departing silhouettes with eyes full of longing and worship, inside the elder's room. The elders had been waiting there for a long time. Perhaps the opening of the space had exhausted all their spiritual energy. Their faces were pale as they sat on their chairs, panting heavily. Little Yun, we've successfully opened the space. You can go in now, Shuang sighed. No matter what, you must be careful. Don't worry, I'll come back alive. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Oh right. She seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Hong Wan. Hong Wan, what are you doing here? I'm a student of West Spirit Academy after all. I'm worried about West Spirit Academy, so I came to take a look. After saying this, Hong Wan took out an item from her bosom and handed it to Yun Luofeng. This is what the Phoenix clan asked me to bring to you. There was a flame-shaped fruit in Hong Wan's palm. The fruit looked like a ball of raging fire. Phoenix fruit. Little Mo's joyful voice sounded from within Yun Luofeng's soul. Master, this is a phoenix fruit. Phoenix fruit? What's its use? The phoenix fruit can allow humans to be reborn like phoenixes. However, there are very few phoenixes that can be reborn, let alone this phoenix fruit. Little Mo's voice was clearly excited. Of course, if you pluck the phoenix fruit and plant it in the divine grimoire space, allowing the phoenix fruit to be filled with spiritual energy, even if a person has died, they can immediately be reborn. Gasp. Even Yun Luofeng couldn't help but gasp when he heard Little Mo's words. Even though she had the divine grimoire space, she could only regrow flesh and bones at most. On the contrary, it was very difficult to revive a dead person. A person had already lost his life force, so how could he be allowed to live? If she had this phoenix fruit, it would be equivalent to having another life. He didn't expect the Phoenix clan to have such a good thing. Hong Wan. Yun Luofeng took the phoenix fruit and looked up at the woman standing in front of him. What do you plan to do next? Hong Wan pondered for a moment, then said, I want to continue going out to train and try to catch up to you as soon as possible. All right. Yun Luofeng nodded, then turned around to face Su Kong and the others. When do I leave? Right now. The void was silent for a moment before it continued, however, I don't know what exactly is in this space. Be careful. After he finished speaking, Void was very worried for Zhong Zhong. Originally, they should have been the ones to take this risk, but now, all the danger had fallen onto Yun Luofeng's shoulders. How could this group of old fellows be at ease? Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng slowly turned around to face Yun Xiao. His beautiful face was solemn. Chapter 1782. She knew that there were definitely many dangers in this space, but no matter what, she would come back alive. Yun Xiao held Yun Luofeng lightly, as if saying, everything depends on me. Hua. The elders silently chanted something, and a white light emerged from that space, instantly enveloping the two of them. It was also at that moment that Yun Luofeng lost consciousness. In a trance, she seemed to fall from the clouds, and her body felt weightless. Fortunately, this weightless feeling quickly disappeared, and a hazy light filled her eyes. Then, she slowly opened them. The sun was very dazzling, shining down from the void and pouring down on her body. She lay in the grass, her eyes wide open as she gazed at the azure sky. The sky was so blue. It was as if a layer of canvas had been laid out, and this sky was like a painting. Whether in her previous life or this life, Yun Luofeng had never seen such a blue sky, especially when this rich spiritual energy invaded her, entering her body through her pores, making her feel extremely comfortable. Yun Xiao. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng hurriedly stood up from the grass and looked around, but found that she was the only one in the empty grass. There was no sign of anyone else. And there was no man in her heart at that moment. If Yun Xiao was with me, she couldn't have left me behind and left. Could it be that when we entered the space, we went to different places? She frowned lightly. After a long while, she relaxed. With Yun Zhao's strength, she wouldn't have encountered any danger. As for me, since I'm here, I'll just take things as they come. Improving my own strength is the top priority. After saying this, she sat down cross-legged. Faint spiritual energy gathered from all directions, filling her body. To be honest, the spiritual energy here could not compare to the divine grimoire space. However, the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space was born to cater to the needs of medicinal herbs. Compared to the spiritual energy that humans could absorb and break through, there were still some differences. Therefore, Yun Luofeng had started to cultivate in a hurry. Time passed by, and Yun Luofeng still sat on the mountain, unmoving like a mountain. The sky turned from its initial azure blue to somewhat dark, and there was even thunder and lightning within the gray clouds. Boom! Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning instantly descended, and a bolt of heavenly lightning struck Yun Luofeng's body. Hiss! Yun Luofeng's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Little Mo, breaking through to half-step void realm will cause lightning calamity?" Why had she never heard of it? Little Mo had unknowingly appeared beside Yun Luofeng. He stared blankly at the lightning and thunder in the sky. "Master, this isn't half-step void realm. Half-step void realm can't cause such a huge commotion. Only when one breaks through to become a god will the heavens' retribution appear. How is this possible? Master was only a holy spirit, so how did he suddenly become a god? Half-step void? Did he just cross over?" Even little Mo had never encountered such a situation before. Ancestral dragon blood essence. It must be because of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. "Master, you have consumed the ancestral dragon's blood essence, so you can become a god without entering the half-step void realm. Quick, summon the dragon scale armor." The dragon scale armor, other than the first time she used it, Yun Luofeng had never summoned it again. Who would have thought that she would summon the dragon scale armor at this time? Whoosh! Yun Luofeng no longer hesitated and instantly summoned his dragon scale armor. Chapter 1783. At that moment, Yun Luofeng's body was covered in dragon scales. It was as if she had put on a sturdy armor that shone brightly. "Master, the dragon scale armor can only last for 15 minutes. You must hold on." The breakthrough of a deity was extremely difficult. If she was not careful, she would be turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Another bolt of sky thunder struck Yun Luofeng's body. This heavenly lightning was much heavier than the previous ones. If it wasn't for the dragon scale armor, she might have been struck by the heavenly lightning and vomited blood. "Little Mo, why didn't you tell me earlier that the ancestral dragon blood I consumed had such an effect?" If she had known that she would become a deity directly, she would not have cultivated so blindly. She would have been fully prepared before breaking through. Little Mo felt wronged. "You should blame Little Worm. He didn't tell me. I will drag him out of the divine grimoire and beat him up later." Because Little Worm had fallen into a deep sleep, Yun Xiao had left him in Yun Luofeng's space. That was why Little Mo had said that he would drag him out and beat him up. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng was in so much pain that she could not even speak. Even with the protection of the dragon scale armor, she still felt as if all the bones in her body were falling apart. Boom! The lightning did not stop. One bolt after another landed on Yun Luofeng's body. Her body began to sway uncontrollably, but she forcefully held on with her willpower. "No, something's wrong." Little Mo's expression changed. "Master, there's something wrong with your heavenly tribulation." "What's wrong?" Yun Luofeng gritted his teeth and squeezed out these few words. "When you break through to become a deity, the lightning that appears is closely related to your future achievements. For example, the more lightning you experience, the more powerful you are, and the more lightning you experience. Little Mo's lips trembled. Her eyes were filled with fear. However, as far as I know, the most powerful person in history only experienced 18 bolts of lightning. His achievements after that couldn't even be described as a genius. He was a complete monster. A bitter smile appeared on Yun Luofeng's face. I have already experienced 18 bolts of heavenly lightning. Master, based on your experience, there is only one possibility. Little Mo's heart sank. I know you may not believe me, but the heavenly way does exist on this mainland. You can see it from the heavenly lightning that appeared during your advancement. Now, the heavenly way clearly wants to strike you to death. Yun Luofeng was almost unable to hold on any longer. Her dragon scale armor was also gradually dissipating. If the heavenly lightning did not end soon, perhaps she would be turned to ashes by this lightning tribulation. No. No. She absolutely could not die under the lightning tribulation. It wasn't easy for him to reach this step. How could he be willing to be struck to death by heavenly lightning? Little Mo was worried. Master, if I'm not wrong, it's your future achievements that even the heavenly axiom is afraid of. He was afraid that you would go against the heavens, so he wanted to kill you before you grew up. Heavenly law? Yun Luofeng sneered and stood up from the ground. Her eyes were filled with arrogance and arrogance. Her domineering voice echoed throughout the forest. So what if it's the heavenly Tao? I, Yun Luofeng, want to go against the heavens. If you have the guts, strike me to death now. If I don't die, one day, I will destroy the heavenly axiom. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Even if the heavenly axiom really existed on this mainland, she did not believe it. Chapter 1784. If he really wanted her to die, then she would defy the heavens. Boom! The thunder roared fiercely and struck down. Yun Luofeng's body trembled, but she stood firmly on the ground like a bamboo tree, unmoving. No matter how the lightning struck, she stood proudly with her head held high. She would not admit defeat in the face of the heavenly Tao that everyone on this continent feared. Even in death, she would not yield to the so-called heavenly Tao. It was as if the woman's strong conviction made the lightning not as powerful as before, but made people feel a trace of fear. Yes, the heavenly Tao was afraid. Little Mo was dumbfounded. He did not think that Yun Luofeng's words would scare the lightning. But, just as the sound of the heavenly thunder became softer and softer and softer and softer, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the souls of the two. Master, Little Worm is awake. Little Mo was overjoyed and quickly released Little Worm from the divine grimoire. But, the moment he saw the little worm, his expression suddenly changed. Little Worm, are you breaking through? Little Mo's voice was full of fear. This little thing could have broken through at any time, why did it have to break through now? Thinking of this, he hurriedly shouted, Master, get out of the way, hurry. Yun Luofeng had just reacted when he saw that the lightning, which had weakened previously, grew stronger again. Thunder roared and a bolt of lightning struck down towards Little Worm. Whoosh! As Yun Luofeng was very close to the little worm, this bolt of lightning also affected her. She felt a sharp pain in her internal organs and her beautiful face paled. At this moment, the dragon scale armor's time was up and it disappeared from Yun Luofeng's body. Previously, she could deal with the lightning by relying on the dragon scale armor. Now that the dragon scale armor was gone, she could not force herself to continue. Master, quick, use the puppet. Little Mo's anxious voice sounded in Yun Luofeng's ear. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate and hurriedly summoned azure wings. Yun Yi understood Yun Luofeng's order and used his bronze-like body to meet the lightning. Boom! Boom boom boom! The heavenly thunder quickly struck down with great power. When it struck Yun Yi's body, it was as if it had landed on a hard iron wall, making loud thumping sounds. The little worm had long been so frightened by the lightning that it hugged its head and curled up behind Yun Luofeng. Its fearful eyes glanced at the lightning in the sky as it continued to mutter to itself. This isn't right. There's something wrong with this heavenly lightning. I've seen the heavenly lightning when others broke through to the godly spirit level. None of them were this powerful. Why is this heavenly lightning so powerful? I was almost scared to death. The corners of Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. He ignored the little worm's resentment and quietly looked at Yun Yi. Little Mo, what's going on? Yun Luofeng turned to little Mo and asked. Although Azure Wings was in a sorry state under the heavenly lightning, his originally damaged body actually began to gradually recover under the lightning tribulation. I don't know either. Can the sky thunder become the puppet's nourishment? Little Mo was stunned. When he had asked Yun Luofeng to summon Azure Wings, he had planned to use this puppet as a shield to block the heavenly lightning. Who would have thought that the heavenly lightning could also become the puppet's nourishment? Yun Luofeng's face darkened. So all those heavenly lightning just now were for nothing? Little Mo smiled embarrassedly. You can't blame me for this. You can only blame Zhu Qian. He was the one who taught you the puppet-making technique, but he didn't explain this. You should go and settle the score with him. I'm innocent. Chapter 1785. Yun Luofeng no longer looked at Xiao Mo and turned towards Yun Yi again. The heavenly lightning was enraged and struck with even greater force. However, as the heavenly lightning grew stronger, Yun Yi's body also became more powerful. Then, Yun Yi was a low-level Holy Spirit previously, but he suddenly broke through. Intermediate Holy Spirit, Advanced Holy Spirit, half-step to Void Realm. Then, he entered a realm that no one could reach in their entire lives, God. As Yun Yi was a puppet, he did not attract the lightning tribulation when he broke through to become a god. Otherwise, he could make use of the lightning tribulation to break through again. The heavenly lightning knew that it could not do anything to Yun Yi, so its power gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The entire sky was calm and returned to a pure blue once again. The blue was so beautiful that it looked like it had been dyed with ink. At the same time, Yun Luofeng felt that her body had entered a new area. Due to the sudden change in the injuries she had just suffered, she could not bear it in the end. Her mind went dark and she fainted. At this moment, Yun Luofeng did not know how much of a commotion his breakthrough had caused in this space. All the forces were mobilized just to find the person who had attracted such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Young master, there's someone here. A surprised voice suddenly rang out in the forest. Then, a young man walked out from the front. When he saw the scene before him, his eyes were filled with shock. There was a white-robed woman lying in a deep pit. She was covered in wounds and her face was deathly pale. In a radius of 100 miles around her, there was nothing left. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. Everything was scorched. This lady must have been affected by the heavenly lightning just now. The young man thought for a moment and said, fortunately, the heavenly lightning was not targeting her. Otherwise, she would have been smashed into pieces. The young man thought for a moment and continued, bring her back first. Since she's here, she must have seen the person who broke through. Young master, why are you so sure that she was not the one who broke through? A follower asked doubtfully. The young man laughed. Although I know that the heavenly tribulation has alarmed everyone and some people have even gone out to search for the person who broke through, do you think anyone could have survived the heavenly lightning? The follower said, young master is indeed wise. Indeed, under that kind of heavenly lightning, it is impossible for anyone to survive. Those who broke through must have been crushed to pieces. Let's go. Let's bring her back and get Dr. Lin to take a look at her injuries. Young master, the attendant looked seriously at the beautiful girl lying on the ground. Don't you feel that this girl is very similar to young master's master? The youth was startled, and his gaze became a little dazed. Master isn't from this place. She came from another mainland. It said that she almost died on the battlefield. When she was fleeing for her life, she accidentally opened up this space, causing her to be trapped here. Therefore, it's impossible for this girl to be related to Master. Also, the young man paused. Master has lost her memory. She only saw these things in her dreams. As for her name or any relatives, she doesn't remember them. Let's bring her back first. He frowned and walked in front of the woman. A stunned look flashed across his eyes, but he still picked up the woman from the ground and walked in the direction he had come from.